Welcome to MrDantello, a scary stories channel, where stories stay with you. Tonight's video explores psychological and mind-bending horror, told calmly and slowly. If you enjoy the stories, like, subscribe, and comment your location below. Get comfortable. Story 1. There's another version of me that only exists when the lights are off. I rented the attic room because it cost less than my weekly grocery budget. Desperation makes you overlook peeling wallpaper and floorboards that groan like dying things. The realtor, a man named Finch, with nicotine-stained fingers and breath smelling of stale coffee, handed me a rusted key. Lights flicker sometimes, he'd warned, avoiding my eyes. Wiring's old, but you'll be alone. Perfect for quiet folks. The house stood crooked on Sycamore Street, its windows boarded like blinded eyes, paint blistered by decades of neglect. My deposit was 3 months' rent in cash. No questions asked. No lease. Just Finch's yellowed receipt and the echo of his boots retreating down the overgrown path. The first night, I lit every lamp I owned. A thrift store desk lamp, 2 flickering candles, even my phone flashlight taped to the dresser. Shadows still pooled in the corners, thick and watchful. I slept fitfully, jolting awake at 3:17 a.m. to absolute darkness. The lamps had died, not dimmed, died. In the suffocating black, I heard breathing, not mine, slow, deliberate, coming from the foot of the bed. I froze, sweat chilling my spine. Then a floorboard creaked near the closet. I fumbled for my phone, thumb jabbing the power button. Light flooded the room. Empty. But the air smelled faintly of ozone and wet soil, and the desk chair was turned toward the closet, though I'd left it facing the window. I blamed faulty wiring. I bought extra bulbs. I slept with the hallway light on, the door propped open with a chair. It didn't help. The darkness always won. One night, I woke to the sound of pages turning. My journal lay open on the nightstand. By phone light, I saw new writing in the margins of yesterday's entry, a messy scrawl, utterly unlike my own neat script. You leave crumbs. I clean them. My stomach dropped. I'd locked the journal in my suitcase that morning. I checked the lock, undisturbed, but the pages were damp, as if handled by cold, wet fingers. The next day, I found footprints in the thin layer of dust on the attic floorboards. Not mine. Smaller, barefoot, leading from the window to my bed. The window was latched from the inside. That afternoon, I bought a heavy-duty flashlight and a padlock for the door. Finch called while I was installing it. "Settling in?" he asked. His voice was too casual. "Heard the lights act up. Happened to the last tenant, too. Quiet girl. Left suddenly. Left her things." When I pressed him, he hung up. I drove to the county records office. The house had been empty for 12 years. No recent tenants, no quiet girl. That night, I locked the door, barricaded it with a dresser, and sat on the bed with my flashlight beam aimed at the window. I didn't sleep. At exactly 2 a.m., the lights died. Not just my lamps. The street lights outside vanished too, plunging the world into a darkness so absolute it felt solid. The flashlight beam guttered like a dying candle, then snuffed out. In the black, I heard movement, soft, wet, like bare feet on damp wood, then whispering. My own voice, but distorted, lower, slower, dripping with contempt. "You think locks stop me? I am the dark. I am the space between your breaths." The whisper came from right beside my ear. I lashed out blindly. My fist hit nothing. But something icy brushed my wrist. I screamed, fumbling for the light switch. Nothing worked. I used my phone, shattered screen casting jagged light. The room was empty, but the dresser had been pushed aside. The door stood wide open, and on my pillow lay a single, waterlogged maple leaf. It was October. Maple trees don't shed leaves in dry attics. The next morning, I called in sick to my data entry job. I needed proof this wasn't madness. I set up my phone to record audio overnight, placing it on the dresser. I left all lights on, the door unlocked, the chair pulled away. "If you're real," I whispered to the empty room, "show me." I slept on the floor, back against the wall, knife in hand. At 1:48 a.m., the recording captured it. First, the lights cutting out with a sharp click, then silence, then the sound of drawers opening and closing, slow, methodical. My dresser, my clothes rustling. Then my voice, calm and cold. "You fold your socks wrong, left on top, always." A pause, the sound of fabric being refolded precisely. Then footsteps circling the bed, stopping. The whisper again, inches from the phone's mic. "He's afraid of the dark, afraid of me, but he's the reason I exist. His fear feeds me. His loneliness shaped me." A wet chuckle. "Tomorrow I'll wear his skin in the light, just for a moment, to see if it fits." I deleted the recording, then re-listened, then deleted it again. My hands wouldn't stop shaking. That evening I sat in the lamplight, knife on my lap, waiting for sunset. As dusk bled through the grimy window, the lamps began to flicker. I stood, backing toward the door. The flickering stopped. The room was bathed in steady golden light, and there, reflected in the dark window pane, stood another me, not a shadow, a solid figure, wearing my face, but wrong, eyes black and depthless, mouth set in a thin, humorless line. My clothes hung loosely on its frame, as if draped over bones too sharp. It held my favorite coffee mug, the one I'd left in the sink downstairs. Steam curled from it. The reflection raised the mug in a silent toast. Our eyes met in the glass. It smiled, a slow, stretching thing that didn't touch those empty eyes. I spun around. The room was empty, but the lamplight was steady, unwavering. I touched the window pane. Cold. Outside, the streetlights glowed steadily. The darkness hadn't come, not yet, but the reflection had been real. I ran downstairs, out the front door, not stopping, until I reached the all-night diner 3 blocks away. I ordered coffee after coffee, watching the clock. Dawn felt like salvation. I returned at 7 a.m., sunlight streaming through the dusty windows. The house felt quiet, safe. I made tea, sat at the kitchen table, and opened my laptop to look for new apartments. Then I saw it. My hands. My left hand rested on the table, palm up. Normal, but my right hand. The fingers were longer, the knuckles more pronounced. The veins stood out like dark cords. I blinked. It was my hand again, but on the keyboard, typed in bold, centered on a blank document. "You can't outrun darkness. It lives in your bones." I slammed the laptop shut. The lights didn't flicker. They just died, all at once. Streetlights, sunlight through the windows, gone, as if a switch had been flipped on the world, pitch black. And in that blackness, I felt it. Breath on my neck, not human breath, cold vapor smelling of cellar earth and stagnant water. A hand, long-fingered, ice-cold, closed over my wrist. My own voice whispered directly into my ear, the words vibrating in my skull. "You left the door unlocked. Silly Eli." Did you think sunlight belonged to you? Its grip tightened, bones grinding. I remember things you've forgotten, the well behind your grandmother's house, the dog you didn't save, the lie you told your mother when she was dying. I hold all your shadows, all your broken pieces, and I am so much stronger in the dark. I wrenched free, stumbling backward. My hip hit the table, pain flared. I fumbled for my phone. No signal, dead. The darkness pressed in, thick and suffocating. I could hear it moving, not footsteps, but a wet, slithering sound, like something heavy being dragged across a floor. It circled me, always just behind my shoulder. You think you're the real one? It hissed. You're the echo, the pale, frightened thing that hides in the light. I am what you made when you first learned to be afraid of the dark. I am the price of your survival. Its breath washed over my face. Let me show you what you buried. Images flooded my mind, not memories, but sensations. The cold slap of well water, the desperate scrabbling of paws against slimy stones, the weight of a lie on a hospital bed. Yes, Mom, I'll take care of Dad. While knowing I'd already bought the bus ticket out of town, the shame was a physical thing, a stone in my throat. The creature, me, laughed softly. You gave me these, your grief, your guilt, your delicious rotten fear, and I grew, while you starved yourself on daylight. I backed into the wall, tears hot on my cheeks. What do you want? Everything, it whispered, to walk in the sun, to taste strawberries, to feel warmth on my skin, to be real. Its cold fingers brushed my cheek. Let me wear you, just for an hour. While the world is bright, I'll be gentle. I'll even go to your boring job, pay your rent, be the Eli everyone expects. Its voice dropped to a caress. And when the lights go out again, I'll give you back. Mostly. No. The word tore from me, raw. The temperature plummeted. The whisper turned to a snarl. You don't get to refuse. I am your shadow, your other half. Without me, you are nothing but a hollow shell afraid of its own heartbeat. The slithering sound rushed toward me. Cold hands seized my arms, pinning me to the wall. I struggled, but its strength was terrifying. Born of decades of suppressed terror, its face was inches from mine in the dark. I could feel its breath, smell the grave mold on its skin. Its eyes were voids that swallowed the last dregs of my courage. Let go, it hissed. Let the dark in. It's where you belong. Something cracked inside me, not bone, but the dam holding back a lifetime of denial. I stopped fighting. I went limp. The creature stilled, surprised. Yes, it breathed. Good boy. I didn't speak. I focused on the memory of sunlight. Not the weak, filtered light through dusty windows. Real sunlight. The kind that warmed my face on the deck of my grandfather's fishing boat when I was 8. The smell of salt and diesel. The cry of gulls. The rough wood under my bare feet. I poured every ounce of will into that memory, into the feeling of light, of warmth, of being whole. The creature recoiled with a hiss like steam on ice. Its grip loosened. No, stop it. It burns. I shoved, hard, not with my body, but with that memory, with every sunlit moment I'd ever known. The creature shrieked, a sound like tearing fabric, and stumbled back. For a split second, the darkness thinned, not light, but a lessening of the void. In that fractured gloom, I saw it clearly, not a monster, a man. My face, yes, but etched with a sorrow so deep it was a physical wound. Its eyes weren't black holes. They were the color of storm clouds filled with a loneliness that mirrored my own. It looked broken, starving. "Please," it whispered, its voice small now, "I'm so cold." The sight unraveled me. This wasn't an invader. It was a part of me, the part I'd locked away every time I flipped a switch, every time I hid from grief, every time I chose numbness over feeling. My fear had made it cruel, but its core was just pain. My pain. The light snapped on, harsh, fluorescent kitchen bulbs. Sunlight streamed through the window. The creature was gone, but the air smelled of ozone and wet earth. And on the floor, where it had stood, lay a single, waterlogged maple leaf. Autumn's ghost. I didn't move for a long time. The knife was still in my pocket. The laptop sat closed on the table. I walked to the window, watching dust motes dance in the sunbeam. My hands were my own, steady. I picked up the leaf. It was real, cold, heavy with dew. I placed it on the windowsill. That night, I didn't barricade the door. I didn't light every lamp. I sat on the edge of the bed, one small lamp glowing on the nightstand. When the lights died at 2:03 a.m., I didn't reach for my phone. I spoke into the dark. "I remember the well," I said, my voice steady. "I remember Rusty's eyes when he slipped. I remember lying to Mom." The darkness was silent, waiting. "You don't have to be alone," I whispered, "and I don't have to be afraid." A breath stirred the air near the foot of the bed. Not cold this time, just present. A whisper, so faint it might have been the house settling. "Show me the sun." I reached over and turned on the lamp. The warm glow filled the room, empty, but the shadows in the corners seemed softer, less hungry. On the pillow, where my head would rest, lay a single dry maple leaf, golden as sunlight. I placed it beside the waterlogged one on the sill, 2 leaves, one dark, one light. I turned off the lamp. Darkness returned, but this time it didn't feel like an enemy. It felt like waiting, like a held breath. I closed my eyes, and for the first time in years, I didn't flinch at the sound of my own breathing in the dark. It sounded like coming home. The shadows shifted, not slithering, settling, and deep in the quiet, a whisper, not in my ear, but in my bones. Soon, that's where this story ends. Let's continue with the next. My grandma's old radio plays stations that don't exist. My grandmother, Ilara, was a collector of silent things. Her house, a 2-story Victorian that creaked like a ship at sea, was a museum of objects that had outlived their purpose. Brass barometers that had forgotten the weather, clocks whose hands were frozen in a perpetual state of 10 past 4, and a fleet of beautiful, intricate ships in bottles, their tiny sails forever becalmed. When she passed away at the age of 89, she left me the house and everything in it. I, a sound designer for independent films, a man whose life was a carefully curated collage of noise, inherited a kingdom of profound and unsettling silence. I came to the house not to live, but to sort, to dismantle the quiet, ordered life she had built. For the first week, I was an archaeologist, sifting through layers of dust and memory. The air smelled of lavender, beeswax, and the dry, sweet scent of decaying paper. It was a lonely, melancholic task, a conversation with a ghost who would only speak through the objects she had left behind. I found the radio in the attic, shrouded in a yellowed linen sheet like a piece of holy statuary. It was a magnificent beast, a 1948 Sentinel floor model, its wooden cabinet the color of rich, dark honey, its cloth grill a complex geometric pattern of woven gold thread, a single, large cyclopean dial made of a milky, amber-colored bakelite, dominated the front panel. It was a thing of beauty, a cathedral dedicated to the worship of forgotten broadcasts. I was a man who loved vintage audio equipment, and the sight of it was a balm to my grieving, listless soul. I spent the better part of an afternoon wrestling it down the narrow attic stairs and into the living room, placing it in the corner where a sad-looking fern had finally given up the ghost. I plugged it in. Nothing, not a hum, not a crackle. The silence from the radio was just a more concentrated version of the silence that already filled the house. Of course, I couldn't leave it alone. The next day, I had the back panel off, my tools spread out on a dust sheet. The inside was a miniature city of vacuum tubes, cloth-wrapped wires, and enormous wax paper capacitors. It was surprisingly clean, as if Grandma had been tending to it right up until the end. I found the culprit easily enough. A single, burnt-out rectifier tube. A quick search online. A trip to a specialty electronics store in a town 40 miles away, and a few hours later, I had the new tube in place. I plugged it in again. This time, as I turned the knob, a soft, warm, golden light bloomed behind the dial, and a low, gentle hum filled the room, the sound of a sleeping giant beginning to stir. I turned the large weighted tuning knob, and the needle slid across the frequency band. The speaker crackled, hissed, and then, through a blizzard of static, a voice emerged. It was a man's voice, a classic mid-century announcer's baritone, smooth and full of a folksy, unwarranted confidence. And that's a guaranteed promise from Miller's Hardware in lovely downtown Silver Creek. Remember, folks, for any job big or small, Miller's has it all. Now, let's get back to the music with Patti Page. A lush, orchestral arrangement swelled from the speaker, the sound rich and warm, full of a nostalgic hiss that no digital filter could ever truly replicate. I smiled. It worked. I leaned back in Grandma's floral armchair, a feeling of deep satisfaction washing over me. It was only after the song had finished and a news report began about a prize-winning pumpkin at the annual town fair that a strange, dissonant thought began to bubble up in my mind. Silver Creek. I knew every town, every forgotten hamlet within a 100-mile radius of this house. I had never heard of a Silver Creek. I pulled out my phone and searched for it. Nothing. No Silver Creek, Wisconsin, no Miller's Hardware, no local radio station with the call letters WSC. I checked a list of historical town names. Still nothing. It was a ghost town, a place that had never existed. My rational mind, the part of me that designed soundscapes based on the hard, cold laws of physics, immediately supplied an explanation. A pirate radio station. Some hobbyist out in the woods with a vintage transmitter, broadcasting his own curated nostalgic programming. It was a charming, eccentric explanation, and it satisfied me for a while. But the broadcasts were too perfect, too dense. They weren't just playing old songs. They were broadcasting a whole, fully realized world. There were commercials for businesses that had no online footprint, public service announcements for a school district that didn't exist, a Lonely Hearts call-in show where the residents of this phantom town would share their small, mundane heartbreaks. I would sit for hours listening, a strange, voyeuristic anthropologist studying a lost tribe that had never been found. The first crack in my pirate radio theory came a week later. I was twisting the dial late one night, the golden light of the radio the only illumination in the dark room. I moved past the Silver Creek station and into a howling wilderness of static. And then another signal began to resolve. It was different. The sound quality was cleaner, sharper, and the broadcast was in a language I didn't recognize, a melodic, flowing tongue that sounded vaguely Slavic. It was a woman singing a lullaby, her voice filled with a profound, heartbreaking sadness. Behind her, I could hear the faint, rhythmic sound of rain against a window pane. The song ended, and a man began to speak, his voice soft and urgent. I couldn't understand the words, but the tone was universal. He was pleading. He was afraid. And in the background, another sound began to grow, a low, guttural, and deeply menacing roar, like the sound of a great distant fire. The broadcast was abruptly cut off by a shriek of pure, undiluted static. My heart was pounding. That was not a hobbyist. That was a raw, unfiltered slice of someone's terror. I tried to find the station again, but it was gone, swallowed by the static. The radio was no longer just a charming curiosity. It was a puzzle, a mystery that was beginning to consume me. The stations were not just from one non-existent place. They were from somewhere else, or perhaps from some time else. I started keeping a logbook, documenting every strange broadcast. I found a station that played nothing but a single, repeating, 5-note musical phrase over and over again for hours on end. I found a station where a man would simply read numbers, his voice a dry, emotionless monotone. I found a station that was just the sound of a ticking clock and a woman weeping softly. The breakthrough, the moment that transformed my obsession into a full-blown, terrifying reality, was a broadcast that sounded, at first, completely normal. It was a news report in English, in a familiar, modern broadcasting style. And in financial news, shares for tech giant Omnicore surged today after the successful launch of their global atmospheric weather control system, the announcer said. CEO Julian Thorne, accepting the World Science Prize in Geneva, stated that this marks a new era for humanity, an era free from the tyranny of drought, famine, and natural disasters. I stared at the radio, my blood turning to ice. I knew who Julian Thorne was. He was my father, but my father was not the CEO of a tech giant. He was a retired high school biology teacher who spent his days tending to his prize-winning roses in a quiet, suburban town. He had never invented a global weather control system. I had just spoken to him on the phone yesterday. He was complaining about the aphids on his golden celebrations. This wasn't a broadcast from the past. This wasn't a broadcast from another country. This was a broadcast from another now. A parallel reality. A world where my father had made a different choice, had pursued a different life, and had apparently become one of the most important people on earth. I felt a wave of vertigo so profound I had to grip the arms of the chair. The radio wasn't just a receiver of stray signals, it was a window into the infinite branching paths of what could have been. The what-ifs and might-have-beens of the universe were all playing out simultaneously, and this old wooden box in my grandmother's living room was somehow able to tune into them. My investigation turned inward, into the house, into the life of the quiet, enigmatic woman who had raised me. I had always seen my grandmother as a simple woman, a creature of routine and quiet dignity, but now I was seeing her in a new light. She wasn't a collector of silent things. She was a curator of them. She had intentionally created a space of profound quiet in her life. And I now suspected it was to make it easier to hear the whispers from the sentinel. In the bottom drawer of her writing desk, tucked beneath a stack of neatly bundled letters, I found her journal. It was a thick, leather-bound volume, its pages filled with her elegant, spidery script. Most of it was the mundane, day-to-day accounting of a quiet life. But here and there, between notes about her garden and the price of eggs, were entries that made my hair stand on end. March the 12th, 1968. The static is heavy tonight. A storm on the other side. Heard a broadcast from a world where the war never ended. The same songs, but sadder. The announcer's voice was so tired, I pray for their peace. June 4th, 1982. Tuned in to a very clear signal. A world where John is a painter. He sounded so happy. He described the light on the coast, the colors. It was a good broadcast, a kind one. It helps to know that somewhere he found his joy. John was my grandfather. He had died in a car crash in 1981, a struggling accountant who had always dreamed of being an artist. My grandmother had known. She had known all along. This radio was not a passive device. It was her confidant, her oracle, her window into the lives her loved ones might have lived. She had used it to find comfort, to visit the ghosts of choices not made. But then the entries began to grow darker. November 2nd, 1995, a new station. It doesn't feel like the others. It's cold, empty. There's a voice, but it's not speaking. It's just a whisper, a sound like dry static. It makes the milk in the kitchen go sour. It makes the flowers in the vase wilt. I must be careful. Some doors are not meant to be opened. July 20th, 2010. The whispering station is stronger. It seems to know when I am listening. I heard a name in the static today, my name. I have unplugged the sentinel. The silence is a blessing. Some echoes are too hungry. Some worlds are better left unheard. She had been terrified of it, this whispering station, this hungry echo. And for the last decade of her life, she had kept the radio silent, a sleeping dragon she dared not wake. And I, in my ignorant, bumbling grief, had not only woken it, but I had fed it my undivided attention for weeks. I should have stopped. I should have unplugged the radio, hauled it back up to the attic, and buried it under a mountain of forgotten things. But I couldn't. I was addicted. And a part of me, a dark, curious part, needed to find the station she had been so afraid of. I found it a week later. It was high up on the band, in a dead zone that should have been nothing but empty air. It started as a faint, rhythmic clicking like a Geiger counter. Then the whisper began. It was a low, sibilant hiss, a sound that was on the very edge of human hearing. It was the sound of a million tiny, broken voices all speaking at once, creating a single, coherent, malevolent wave of sound. It was the audio equivalent of staring into a television screen of pure black and white static, and it was calling my name. Alexex! The sound was a hook that snagged itself in the deepest, most primitive part of my brain. The house changed when that station was on. The air grew cold. I'd see movement in my peripheral vision, a flicker of static in the shape of a man. The lights would flicker in time with a rhythmic clicking. One night, I was on the phone with my father, my real father, the biology teacher, and the whisper began to bleed through the phone line, our conversation dissolving into a sea of hissing static. I was being haunted, not by a ghost, but by a possibility, a corrupted, failed reality. an echo of a world that had gone terribly, cosmically wrong, and it was using the radio as an anchor, a bridge into my world. The journal had one final terrifying entry, written in a shaky, almost illegible hand on the last page. It's a reflection, a shadow. The sentinel doesn't just receive, it transmits. Our choices, our lives, they create the echoes it tunes into. But a strong echo, a hungry one, it can try to reflect back. It can try to overwrite. It wants a world to live in. It wants our world. Do not let it show you what you want to see. The warning came too late. The whispering station began to change. It started to broadcast images into my mind, not memories, but temptations. It showed me a world where my mother's cancer had never returned, a world where my best friend in college hadn't died in that stupid, senseless climbing accident. It showed me a world where Eleanor and I had had the child we had always wanted. It was showing me my own personal, curated heaven. All I had to do, the whisper seemed to promise, was keep listening, keep the channel open, let it in. The entity, which I had come to think of as the static, began to manifest more physically. I woke up one morning to find a thin layer of fine black dust, like iron filings, covering every surface in the living room. The mirrors in the house would no longer show my reflection clearly, but a distorted, wavering version of me, as if I were made of television snow. I was being erased, my reality slowly being overwritten by the static of that dead, hungry world. The climax arrived on a stormy Tuesday night. The wind howled outside, and the rain lashed against the windows. The power flickered and then went out completely. I was plunged into darkness, save for the single golden glowing eye of the sentinel's dial. The whispering station was on, and it was louder than I had ever heard it before. And then it broadcast the one thing I could not resist. It was Eleanor's voice, not a memory, not an echo. It was her, clear as day, as if she were in the room with me. "Tom," she said, her voice full of a desperate, pleading love. "Tom, I'm here. I'm so lost. It's so cold. But I can see a light. Your light. Just turn the dial a little more. Just bring me into focus. You can bring me home." I knew it was a trick. I knew it was the static, wearing the voice of my dead wife like a mask. But my heart didn't care. The grief, the raw, gaping wound of her absence was a vulnerability it had found and exploited with surgical precision. I reached for the dial, my hand trembling. The whisper in my head was a triumphant, sibilant roar. Yes, let her in, let us in. And then another voice came from the radio, a different one. It was my grandmother, a faint, crackling, distant echo, but it was her. "Don't, my boy," she whispered, her voice a fragile thread in the storm of static. "That's not her. That's the lie the silence tells. You have to choose the real noise, your noise." I was caught between them, the perfect, beautiful lie of my wife's voice and the faint, fragile truth of my grandmother's warning. I looked around the dark room, at the house that had been my sanctuary and had become my prison. I thought of my own life, the messy, imperfect, painful, and real life I had been so desperate to escape. My grandmother hadn't collected silent things because she was afraid of the world. She had collected them so she could listen, so she could understand the infinite, beautiful, and terrible possibilities of a single human life. She had chosen her reality with all its heartbreak, and now I had to choose mine. I took my hand off the tuning knob. "No," I said, my voice a ragged shout. You are not her, and this is not my world to give. I turned the dial away from the whispering station, away from the siren song of Eleanor's voice. The static shrieked, a sound of pure, frustrated rage that seemed to shake the very foundations of the house. The windows rattled, the floorboards groaned, the light from the radio's dial flared blindingly bright, and then, with a pop and a fizz, it went out. One of the main amplifier tubes had blown. The radio fell silent. The whispering in my head stopped. The feeling of cold, malevolent pressure in the room vanished. I was alone again, in the dark, in the quiet. But it was a different kind of quiet, a clean quiet, a real quiet. The next day, I didn't take the radio to the attic. I left it in its place of honor in the living room. I didn't fix it. I understood now. It was not a toy. It was not an oracle. It was a responsibility. It was a listening post on the shores of infinity. And it required a vigilant and very quiet guardian. I live in my grandmother's house now. The silence no longer feels like an absence. It feels like a presence, the presence of all the other world, all the other lives, all the other choices, held at bay by a single, silent, magnificent old radio. I am a sound designer who has come to appreciate the profound, powerful, and sometimes necessary beauty of silence. And sometimes, late at night, when the wind is just right, I think I can hear a faint orchestral swell or the distant folksy voice of an announcer, talking about the weather in a town that never was. And I smile. I know the echoes are still out there. But I have chosen my station, and I am finally content to listen to the beautiful, heartbreaking, and perfectly real static of my own life. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. Every morning you wake up convinced yesterday was a dream. The alarm clock did not ring. It never rings in the dream, or so I tell myself as I jolt awake, my heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird trying to break its cage. The room is dark, but not the comforting darkness of night. It is the heavy, suffocating gray of a dawn that refuses to fully break. I sit up, gasping for air, my sheets tangled around my legs, damp with sweat that feels too cold, too real to be the residue of a nightmare. I look around the room, my eyes darting from the closet to the window, from the desk to the door, searching for the inconsistencies, the glitches, the signs that this is just another layer of the illusion. Yesterday was a dream. I know it was. I have to believe it was. Because if yesterday was real, then everything I experienced, the conversation with my mother, the job interview, the walk in the park where the sky turned purple for 3 seconds, is impossible. And if it's impossible, it must be a dream. That is the logic I cling to every single morning. It is the only thing keeping me sane. Or maybe it is the thing driving me mad. I can no longer tell the difference. I swing my legs out of bed. The floorboards are cold under my feet. They creak, a distinct, sharp creak on the third board from the door. I remember stepping on that board yesterday. Or did I? If yesterday was a dream, then I never stepped on it. The creak is just the house settling. Houses settle. Dreams don't have settling houses, do they? I shake my head, trying to clear the fog. The fog is thick today. It clings to the back of my throat, tasting of dust and old paper. I walk to the window and pull back the curtain. The street outside is empty. No cars, no people, just the gray pavement and the row of identical brick buildings stretching into the distance. It looks exactly like it did yesterday. Or does it? I try to recall the details of yesterday's view. Was there a red car parked down the block? I think there was. A bright red sedan. But now the spot is empty. See? Proof. The red car was part of the dream. It vanished when I woke up, just like the purple sky, just like the conversation with my mother. Wait, did I talk to my mother yesterday? I closed my eyes trying to summon her face. She was wearing her blue sweater, the one with the hole in the elbow. She was sitting at the kitchen table stirring coffee. We talked about my father. She said he called. She said he wants to see me. But my father has been dead for 10 years. He died in a car crash on a rainy Tuesday. I remember the funeral. I remember the rain. I remember the black umbrella turning inside out in the wind. So, if my father is dead, he couldn't have called. Therefore, the conversation didn't happen. Therefore, yesterday was a dream. But the memory is so vivid. I can smell the coffee. Bitter, burnt, just how she likes it. I can feel the warmth of the mug in my hands. I can hear the hum of the refrigerator in the background. Dreams aren't that detailed, are they? Scientists say dreams are fragmented, nonsensical. But this wasn't nonsensical. It felt linear. It felt logical. Until the end, until the sky turned purple. That was the giveaway. That was the moment the dream logic broke through. Real skies don't turn purple, not unless there's a storm, a chemical spill, an apocalypse. And there was no storm, no sirens, just the purple, hanging there for 3 seconds, then fading back to blue. I go to the bathroom to splash water on my face. The mirror is foggy. I wipe it away with my sleeve. My reflection stares back at me, pale, dark circles under the eyes, hair messy. I look tired, exhausted, like I haven't slept in years. But I just woke up, didn't I? Or did I sleep for 100 years? Maybe this is the dream. Maybe the last 10 years have been the dream, and I am just now waking up to the reality that my father is still alive, that my mother is waiting in the kitchen, that the sky is supposed to be purple sometimes. No, stop, focus, reality check. Pinch yourself. I pinch my arm, hard. It hurts, a sharp, stinging pain. Good, pain is real. Dreams don't hurt like this. Or do they? I've had nightmares where I fell and felt the impact, where I was cut and felt the blood. Pain is just a signal in the brain. The brain can generate pain in a dream. So the pinch proves nothing. I turn on the tap. Water rushes out, clear, cold. I cup my hands and drink. It tastes like metal, like pipes. Real water tastes like metal sometimes, especially in old buildings. This building is old. I rented it because it was cheap. The landlord said the plumbing was characterful. What did that mean? Characterful. A weird word. Did he say that yesterday? Or in the dream? I can't remember. The memories are slipping away like sand through my fingers. Every time I try to grasp a detail of yesterday, it dissolves. The color of his shirt, the sound of his voice, the way he handed me the keys. Was it a brass key or a silver one? I look at the key ring on the counter. There is a brass key and a silver one. Both are there. So which one did he give me? Did he give me both? Or did I buy the second one? When? I dry my face and walk back into the bedroom. I need to get dressed. I need to go to work. Wait, do I have work today? Yesterday, I had a job interview at a marketing firm downtown. I wore my best suit, the navy blue one. I practiced my answers in the mirror. Tell me about a time you overcame a challenge. What are your greatest strengths? I felt prepared. I felt confident. Then I got there, and the building wasn't there. In its place was a vacant lot, overgrown with weeds. A sign said, "Condemned," but I had the address. I checked my phone. The GPS led me right there, to the vacant lot. And then a man walked out of the weeds. He was wearing a suit just like mine, navy blue. He smiled and said, "You're late." And then he handed me a contract. I signed it. I remember signing it. The pen was heavy. Gold nib. I signed my name. And then I woke up. So the interview was a dream. The job doesn't exist. The man in the weeds doesn't exist. I don't have a job. I'm unemployed. I've been unemployed for 6 months. That's the reality. The dream was just my subconscious processing my anxiety about money, about failure, about being useless. That makes sense. It fits the narrative. Dreams often reflect our fears, so yesterday was definitely a dream. But why does my hand hurt? I look down at my right hand. There is a stain on my index finger, ink, blue ink, from the pen, the gold nib pen. I rub it. It doesn't come off. It's soaked into the skin. If the interview was a dream, why is there ink on my finger? Did I draw on myself in my sleep? Maybe. Sleepwalking? I've never sleepwalked before, but stress can cause new behaviors. Maybe I picked up a pen in my sleep and drew on my hand. That's plausible. More plausible than signing a contract with a ghost in a vacant lot. I go to the kitchen to make coffee. The machine is dirty. I haven't cleaned it in days. Or have I? I remember cleaning it yesterday. I scrubbed the carafe with soap and water. I wiped down the counter. I took out the trash. The kitchen was spotless. Now it's a mess. Crumbs on the floor, dishes in the sink, coffee grounds spilled on the counter. So either I didn't clean it yesterday, meaning yesterday was a dream where I cleaned it, or someone messed it up overnight. But I live alone. No one came in. The doors were locked. I checked them before bed. Or did I? I can't remember checking them. Another gap, another hole in the memory. I fill the carafe with water and add the grounds. I press the button. The machine gurgles to life. The smell of brewing coffee fills the air. It smells real. It smells like yesterday. Too much like yesterday. It triggers a flood of memories. My mother stirring her cup. The hole in her elbow, the mention of my father, the purple sky, it all comes rushing back, so intense it makes me dizzy. I have to hold on to the counter to keep from falling. If yesterday was a dream, why does it feel more real than today? Today feels flat, two-dimensional. The colors are muted, the sounds are muffled, like I'm watching a movie with the volume turned down. Yesterday was high definition, vibrant, loud, emotional. Isn't that backwards? Shouldn't reality be the vivid one? Shouldn't dreams be the fuzzy, indistinct ones? Maybe I have it wrong. Maybe today is a dream. Maybe I am still asleep in my bed, dreaming that I woke up, dreaming that I am making coffee, dreaming that I am questioning my sanity. The coffee finishes brewing. I pour a cup. It's black. No milk. I don't have milk. I ran out 3 days ago. Or did I buy more yesterday? In the dream, I went to the store. I bought milk, eggs, bread. I put them in the fridge. I opened the fridge door. Empty. Except for a jar of pickles and a bottle of ketchup. No milk, no eggs, no bread. So, the shopping trip was a dream, of course, just another layer of the fantasy, a wish fulfillment. Wanting to be prepared, wanting to have food, but the reality is emptiness. The reality is hunger. I take a sip of the coffee. It's hot, bitter, it burns my tongue. Real, definitely real, pain and heat, physical sensations. They anchor me. I am here. I am awake. Yesterday was a dream. I repeat it like a mantra. Yesterday was a dream. Yesterday was a dream. Yesterday was a dream. I take my coffee to the living room and sit on the couch. The fabric is rough against my legs. I run my hand over the armrest. There is a tear in the upholstery. I remember noticing it yesterday. I thought about fixing it. I thought about buying some fabric glue, but I didn't because it was a dream. You don't fix things in dreams. You just observe them. Or do you? I've fixed things in dreams before. Fixed broken bones, fixed broken relationships, fixed broken worlds. Maybe the tear wasn't there yesterday. Maybe it appeared overnight, like the ink on my finger, like the mess in the kitchen. I look at the calendar on the wall. It's a picture of a mountain. The current month is circled. Today's date is crossed out with a red X. Wait, who crossed it out? I didn't do that. I never cross out days. I just let them pass. Did I do it in my sleep? Again? Or did someone else do it? I live alone. No one else has a key. Unless the landlord came in, he has a master key. He said he might stop by to check the pipes. Did he come yesterday? In the dream? Or in reality? My head is spinning. The distinction is blurring. The line between dream and reality is not just thin, it's non-existent. It's a mirage, a trick of the light. I stand up and pace the room. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, turn, 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. The rhythm calms me. Repetition, predictability. Reality is predictable. Dreams are chaotic. This is predictable. So this must be real. But what if the dream is becoming predictable? What if my subconscious is learning to mimic reality so perfectly that I can't tell the difference? What if I've been dreaming for years? What if the real life I remember before this apartment, before the unemployment, before my father died, what if that was the dream? What if I'm actually in a coma or a simulation or a prison for my mind? The thought terrifies me. I stop pacing. I stand in the center of the room and scream, "Wake up!" I yell, "Wake up! This is a dream! Wake up!" My voice echoes off the walls. It sounds hollow, desperate. No one answers. No one bursts in to tell me to keep it down. No neighbor bangs on the ceiling. Just silence. The heavy, suffocating silence of the building. Maybe screaming is the trigger. In lucid dreaming, they say you can wake yourself up by spinning or screaming or jumping. I try spinning. I spin in circles faster and faster until I'm dizzy and nauseous. I fall onto the couch. The room stops spinning, but the feeling of disorientation remains. I'm still here, still in the apartment, still convinced yesterday was a dream. Maybe I need to find proof. Concrete, undeniable proof that yesterday happened or didn't happen. I need a record, a diary. I don't keep a diary, but maybe I wrote something down yesterday, in the dream or in reality. I search the pockets of my jeans from yesterday. They are hanging on the back of the chair. I check the left pocket. Empty. Right pocket. A crumpled piece of paper. I pull it out. It's a receipt. From a grocery store. Date. Yesterday. Items: milk, eggs, bread, fabric glue. Total $24.50. I stare at the receipt. My hands start to shake. This is it. Proof. I bought groceries yesterday. I bought fabric glue. So yesterday was real. The shopping trip was real. The milk and eggs were real. So why are they not in the fridge? Did I eat them all in one day? Unlikely. Did someone steal them while I was sleeping? But the doors were locked, weren't they? I run to the front door. I check the lock. It's engaged. The chain is on. No signs of forced entry. The windows are locked, too. So how did the food disappear? Did I dream putting it away? Did I dream eating it? Or did I never buy it at all, and the receipt is a plant, a prop placed in my pocket by whom? The landlord? The man in the weeds? My dead father? I crumple the receipt and throw it across the room. It lands near the trash can. I don't care. Nothing makes sense. Logic has abandoned me. Cause and effect are broken. If I buy food, it should be there. If it's not there, I didn't buy it. If I have a receipt, I bought it. Contradiction, paradox, impossible. Therefore, dream. It has to be a dream. The receipt is a dream object, just like the ink, just like the clean kitchen, just like the job interview. But the paper feels real, rough, thin, smells like thermal paper. I pick it up again. I look at the store name. Quick Mart on 4th Street. I know that store. I've been there 100 times. Is it still there? I need to go there. I need to see if the store exists. If the clerk remembers me, if the security cameras show me buying the items. I grab my coat and my keys. I unlock the door and step out into the hallway. The lights are flickering, buzzing, an annoying electric sound. I walk to the stairs, down 3 flights, out the front door. The air outside is cold, crisp, autumn. Leaves are scattered on the sidewalk, orange and brown. I remember the leaves being green yesterday, in the dream. The seasons change fast in dreams. Too fast, another sign. I walk towards 4th Street. The city looks normal. Cars are driving, people are walking, dogs are barking. It all looks so mundane, so boring, so real. Maybe that's the trick. Maybe the dream is hiding in the mundane, blending in, making me doubt the extraordinary by surrounding it with the ordinary. I reach the corner of 4th and Main. I turn onto 4th. I scan the block for the Quick Mart. There it is. The red sign, the glass windows, the neon open light. It's there. It exists. I feel a surge of hope. Maybe I'm not crazy. Maybe yesterday was real. I rush to the door and push it open. The bell above the door jingles. The clerk is there, an older man with a gray beard. He looks up from his magazine. He sees me. His expression doesn't change. No recognition, no surprise, just indifference. "Can I help you?" he asks. "I was here yesterday," I say, my voice trembling. "I bought milk, eggs, bread, fabric glue." The clerk shrugs. "Lots of people buy milk and eggs." "Do you remember me?" I press. "I paid with cash, $25. He shakes his head. "Don't remember. Busy day." "Check the camera," I demand. "Please, just check the footage from yesterday." He sighs, annoyed. "Kid, we don't keep footage for more than 24 hours, and even if we did, I ain't got time to scrub through hours of video for one guy buying groceries." "But the receipt?" I show him the crumpled paper. "Look, it's from here, time-stamped yesterday." He glances at it. "Yeah, looks like our receipt. So you bought stuff. Congratulations. What's the problem?" "The problem is the food is gone," I yell. "I went home and the fridge was empty. The milk, the eggs, the bread, gone. How is that possible?" The clerk stares at me. His eyes narrow. "Maybe you ate it. Maybe you lost it. Maybe you never bought it, and that receipt is fake. Or maybe you're just crazy. Happens all the time. People come in here talking about missing things, conspiracies, dreams. You want me to call someone? A doctor? The police?" "No," I whisper. "No, I'm fine. I'm sorry." I back away. "I'm sorry." I turn and run out of the store. The bell jingles again. Mocking me. Fake. Everything is fake. The clerk didn't remember. The camera footage is gone. The food is gone. The only thing remaining is the receipt. And a receipt can be forged. A receipt can be planted. A receipt can be dreamed. I run back to the apartment. My lungs burn. My legs ache. Real pain, real exertion. But does it prove anything? Pain can be simulated. Exertion can be dreamed. I burst into my apartment and slam the door. I lock it, chain it, deadbolt it. I slide down against the wood, sobbing. Yesterday was a dream. It has to be. There is no other explanation. The world is inconsistent. The rules don't apply. Up is down. Left is right. Existence is non-existence. I am trapped in a loop of waking up convinced that the previous day was a fabrication. And the scary part isn't that yesterday was a dream. The scary part is that tomorrow I will wake up convinced that today was a dream. And I will dismiss all of this. The run to the store, the clerk, the receipt, the fear. I will dismiss it all as a nightmare, and I will start the cycle again. How many times have I done this? How many mornings have I woken up with this same realization? Is this the first time? Or the 1,000th? Have I lived this day 100 times? Have I had this conversation with a clerk 100 times? Does he know? Does he remember? Or is he just a character in the dream, resetting every time I wake up? I look at the receipt in my hand. It's starting to fade. The thermal ink is disappearing. The words are turning gray, then white, then blank. Within seconds, the receipt is just a slip of white paper. No text, no date, no total, just blank. I drop it. It floats to the floor. Gone. The evidence has evaporated, just like the milk, just like the eggs, just like the memory of my father's voice. I stand up. My legs feel weak. I walk to the bedroom. I lie down on the bed. I pull the covers over my head. I close my eyes. I need to sleep. I need to reset. Maybe if I sleep, I'll wake up in the real world. The world where my father is alive. The world where I have a job. The world where the sky is always blue. But I know what will happen. I know the script. I will sleep. I will dream. And when I wake up, the sun will be gray. The room will be silent. And I will be convinced that today, this day of running to the store and talking to the clerk, was just a dream. A vivid, terrifying, confusing dream. And I will start over. Searching for proof. Finding none. Concluding that reality is the illusion. Is there any way to break the cycle? Any way to stay awake? To force the truth to stick? If I stay awake forever, will I eventually find solid ground? Or will I just go mad, hallucinating while my eyes are open, seeing dreams overlaid on reality until I can't distinguish either? I hear a noise, a tapping at the window. I freeze. I slowly turn my head to look. The window is closed. The curtains are drawn, but the tapping continues. Tap, tap, tap. Rhythmic, deliberate. I get out of bed. I walk to the window. My hand hovers over the curtain. Do I want to know what's out there? Do I want to see the man in the weeds? The purple sky? My dead father? Or do I want to keep the illusion that it's just a tree branch? I pull the curtain back. There is no tree. There is no street. There is no building. Outside the window, there is only a vast white void. Infinite, empty, silent. And floating in the void just inches from the glass is a giant eye, blue, human, blinking slowly. It blinks, then I blink. The eye smiles. A mouth forms below it. Lips move. No sound comes through the glass, but I hear the voice in my head, clear as a bell. Good morning, the voice says. Did you sleep well, or was yesterday a dream? I scream. I pound on the glass. Let me out! Let me out! The eye laughs. There is no out, it says. There is only the cycle. Wake up, sleep, dream, reality. It's all the same. You are the dreamer and the dream. You are the question and the answer. The void begins to swirl. The white turns to gray. The gray turns to black. The eye fades away. The window dissolves. The room dissolves. I am falling. Falling through layers of consciousness, past memories that aren't mine, past lives I never lived, past deaths I never died. And then darkness, silence. Then the sound of an alarm clock. Or is it a bird? Or is it my own heartbeat? I jolt awake. My heart is hammering. The room is dark. Gray dawn. I sit up. I look around. Closet, window, desk, door. Yesterday was a dream. I know it was. I have to believe it was. Because if yesterday was real, then the eye outside the window was real. And if the eye was real, then I am still trapped. I swing my legs out of bed. The floorboards are cold. They creak. Third board from the door. I walk to the window. I pull back the curtain. The street is empty. No cars, no people, just gray pavement. But wait, down the block. Is that a red car? A bright red sedan? I squint. Yes, it's there. Parked exactly where I remembered it from. From when? From the dream? Or from reality? My hand goes to my pocket. I feel a crumpled piece of paper. A receipt? No. I didn't go to the store today. Today is just starting. Today is real. Yesterday was the dream. But why do I have ink on my finger? Blue ink from a gold nib pen. I stare at my hand. The stain is fresh, wet. And on the bedside table, there is a note written in my own handwriting. Don't trust the red car. Don't trust the receipt. Don't trust the ink. Trust the creak. Only the creak is real. I listen. The house is silent. No creak. Did I step on the board yet? No. I'm standing still, so nothing is real yet. I take a step. Creak. There it is. The sound. The anchor. Yesterday was a dream. Today is real. For now, until I go to sleep again. And the cycle begins anew. Every morning, every single morning, convinced, terrified, alone, waiting for the eye to return, waiting for the void, waiting for the voice to ask the question I already know the answer to. Was yesterday a dream? Yes, yes, it was. And today will be too. Soon, very soon. I sit on the edge of the bed and wait for the sun to rise or for the sky to turn purple, whichever comes first. Because in this place, in this mind, in this endless loop, anything is possible, and nothing is true, except the fear. The fear is the only truth, and the fear is waking up again and again and again. Blink. Did I blink first, or did the eye blink first? I can't remember. I never remember. That's the tragedy of the dream. You forget the monster as soon as you wake up. Until the next time, until the next morning, when you wake up convinced yesterday was a dream, and you are right. You are always right, and that is why you will never escape. Because if yesterday was a dream, then today is safe. But if today is safe, why are you so afraid? Why are you shaking? Why are you crying? Why are you looking at the door, waiting for it to open, waiting for him to walk in? The man in the weeds? The landlord? Your father? Hello? A voice calls from the kitchen. Are you awake? It's my mother's voice, but she's dead. Or is she? Was her death a dream? Was the funeral a dream? Was the rain a dream? I stand up. My legs carry me to the kitchen, against my will, drawn by the voice. She is there, sitting at the table, stirring coffee, wearing the blue sweater with the hole in the elbow. Morning, she says, smiling. Your father called. He wants to see you. I stare at her. My mouth opens. No sound comes out. The sky outside the window flashes purple just for a second, then back to gray. Sit down, she says. Drink your coffee. It's getting cold. I sit. I pick up the mug. It's warm, bitter, real. Yesterday was a dream, I whisper. She laughs. Oh, honey, we all have bad dreams. But look at you now. You're here. You're safe. Am I? Am I really? Or is this just another layer? Another level of the dream within a dream within a dream? Inception of the soul. I take a sip. It tastes like ashes. Tell me about your dream, she says. I look at her. Her eyes are black, empty, like the void outside the window. It was about you, I say, and Dad, and a red car and a receipt. She smiles wider, too wide. Her teeth are too many, too sharp. How interesting, she says. Dreams are so strange, aren't they? They feel so real. Yes, I say, they do. But they aren't, she says. This is real, this moment, this coffee, me. Are you sure? I ask. Positive, she says. Pinch yourself. I pinch my arm. It hurts. See, she said. Real. But the pain feels familiar. Too familiar, like I've felt it 1,000 times before, in 1,000 different mornings, in 1,000 different dreams. Okay, I say. Maybe you're right. I know I am, she says. Now eat your breakfast. You have a job interview today. My stomach drops. A job interview? Yes, at the marketing firm downtown. Don't be late. But the building, I stammer, it's a vacant lot. She waves her hand. Don't be silly. It's a beautiful office, glass and steel. You'll love it. And the man? I ask. The one in the weeds? There are no weeds, she says, sternly. There is only pavement and suits and success. She pushes a plate towards me. Eggs, toast, bacon, the food I bought in the dream, the food that disappeared from my fridge. Eat, she commands. I look at the food, then at her, then at the window. The sky is purple again, steady this time, not fading. I can't, I say. I'm not hungry. You must eat, she says. Her voice changes, deeper, harsher. To maintain the illusion, to keep the dream alive. So it is a dream, I say. Everything is a dream, she says. But some dreams are better than others. Choose wisely. She leans forward, her face inches from mine. I smell the coffee, and underneath it, the smell of rot, of decay, of grave dirt. Choose this dream, she whispers. It's nicer than the alternative. What's the alternative? I ask. She pulls back, smiles normally. Waking up? Waking up to what? To the truth, she says. And the truth is, you never left the apartment. You never left the bed. You never left your mind. She stands up, takes her coffee cup, walks to the sink, pours it out. Finish your breakfast, she says, then go to your interview, and don't forget the fabric glue. You'll need it to fix the tear in your soul. She walks out of the kitchen, into the hallway. Her footsteps fade. I sit alone, with the eggs, the toast, the bacon, and the purple sky. Yesterday was a dream. Today is a dream. Tomorrow will be a dream. And I will wake up every morning convinced that the day before was a fabrication. Because if I admit that it was real, if I admit that she is dead, that he is dead, that I am alone in an empty apartment with a fading receipt and ink on my finger, then I will break. So I choose the dream. I choose the lie. I choose to believe that yesterday was a dream, even though I know, deep down, in the place where the voice speaks, that the dream is the only thing keep me alive. And when the dream ends, I end. So I eat the eggs. They taste like nothing, like air, like static. I finish the coffee. It tastes like lavender, like old paper, like the house. I stand up. I put on my navy blue suit. I check my hair in the mirror. The reflection smiles. I don't. I grab my keys. I open the door. I step out into the hallway. The lights are buzzing. The stairs creak. The world waits. Another day in the dream. Another morning convinced yesterday was a dream. And I walk forward into the gray, into the purple, into the unknown. Because I have no choice. None of us do. We just wake up and we convince ourselves over and over again until the final awakening, the one we don't wake up from, the one where the eye closes and the void swallows us whole. But until then, yesterday was a dream. Yesterday was a dream. Yesterday was a dream. I repeat it as I walk down the street, towards the glass and steel building that shouldn't exist, towards the man in the weeds who is now wearing a suit, towards the life that isn't mine. Yesterday was a dream, and I pray, I desperately pray that today is too. That brings this story to a close. Let's carry on to the next one. Everyone I know remembers a conversation I never had. I didn't mean to rent a place like this. Desperation has a way of sanding down your standards until all that's left is a splintered threshold between acceptable and uninhabitable. I just lost my job. Well, let go, as they politely called it. And my savings were bleeding out faster than I could patch the wounds. The city was expensive, and every decent apartment came with a landlord who wanted proof of income I no longer had. So when the listing popped up, quiet home in West Hollow, fully furnished, $400 a month, utilities included. I didn't ask why it was so cheap. I should have. The house stood at the end of a dead-end street in a neighborhood that had clearly seen better decades. Paint peeled from its clapboard siding like sunburnt skin, and a front porch sagged under its own weight. Still, the realtor, a woman named Mrs. Hargrove with too much rouge and too little eye contact, assured me the structure was sound. "Just needs a little love," she'd said, handing me a brass key that felt unnaturally cold. There was no lease, just a handshake and a month's rent in cash. I signed a receipt that looked like it had been printed from a 1998 Word document. Inside, the air was thick with the scent of mildew and something else, something faintly metallic, like old coins left in a damp drawer. The furniture was dated but serviceable, a floral print couch, a mahogany coffee table with water rings, a rotary phone on the hallway table that I assumed didn't work. The bedroom was on the second floor, tucked behind a narrow stairwell that creaked with every step. The bed was narrow, the mattress lumpy, but it was a roof. It was shelter. I told myself that was enough. The first night was quiet, too quiet. No traffic, no neighbors arguing through thin walls, not even the hum of a refrigerator, just the occasional groan of old wood settling. I slept fitfully, waking every few hours to the sensation of being watched. Each time I scanned a room, empty. The second night, it started. I was drifting off when I heard murmuring from downstairs, low, indistinct, but unmistakably human. Two voices, one deep, one higher-pitched, speaking in urgent tones. I sat up, heart hammering. Who could be here? Mrs. Hargrove hadn't mentioned another tenant. I crept to the top of the stairs, peering down into the dim hallway. Nothing. The front door was locked from the inside. All windows closed. I checked every room. Empty. I chalked it up to stress. Maybe my mind was playing tricks, weaving auditory hallucinations from the static of my anxiety. But the next morning, I found something odd. On the kitchen counter, next to the toaster, sat a single coffee mug. It wasn't there when I went to bed. I'm certain of it. I'd washed everything the day I moved in. No dishes, no cups. Yet here it was, still warm to the touch, a faint ring of brown liquid at the bottom. I didn't drink coffee. Never have. I called Mrs. Hargrove. She sounded distracted when she answered. "Oh, yes, the house is yours alone," she said. "Just you. Has someone been there?" Her voice hitched slightly. "No," I lied. "Just checking." That lie felt heavy all day. That evening, I decided to test it. I set up my phone on the staircase, pointed down the hall, recording audio only. If there were sounds, I'd have proof. I went to bed early, pretending to sleep. Around 2:17 a.m., the recordings picked it up again. Voices, this time clearer. I listened back with headphones, curled under the covers like a child. "He doesn't remember," the deeper voice said. "Give him time," the higher one replied. "It always comes back." "Not this time. He's different." A pause. "We'll have to remind him." The recording ended there. My hands shook. I rewound it 3 times. The voices weren't distorted, weren't muffled by distance. They sounded like they were standing right beside the phone. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. The next day, I went to see my friend Lena. We'd known each other since college. She lived downtown, worked for a nonprofit, kept her hair in neat braids, and always smelled like lavender. I needed normalcy. I needed someone who knew me, who could anchor me to reality. "Hey," I said, hugging her at her door. "You look awful," she said gently. "Come in." We sat on her couch. I told her about the house, the voices, the coffee cup. She listened quietly, her expression shifting from concern to something more complicated. "Oh, God," she said finally, "you really don't remember, do you?" "Remember what?" She leaned forward, her eyes searching mine. "The conversation last week. You called me, frantic. Said something was happening in that house. You told me about the voices. You said you'd spoken to your mother." My blood turned to ice. "My mother? She's been gone 10 years, Mark." I stared at her. "I know that. Of course I know that." "Then why did you tell me she came to you in the hallway? That she said, 'You have to remember what you did'?" "I never said that." Lena blinked. "You did. I wrote it down because it scared me. You were crying. You kept saying, 'She knows what I did.' And I asked you what you did, and you just hung up." I stood up. That didn't happen. But she went to her desk and pulled out a small notebook. Flipped to a page dated 6 days ago. In her neat handwriting, Mark called. Hysterical. Said Mom visited. Mentioned what he did. Refused to explain. Worried. The date was before I'd even moved into the house. My stomach dropped. I wasn't even in West Hollow then. "You were," she said. "You told me you'd found this cheap place. Said it felt familiar." I left without another word. I called my brother next, Ben. We weren't close, but we kept in touch. Birthdays, holidays, occasional beers. "Hey," I said, forcing calm, "do you remember me calling you last week?" "Yeah," he said immediately. "You were freaking out about that old house. Said you'd heard Mom talking to you. I told you to get out of there, man. That place has a bad vibe." "I never called you." Silence. Then carefully, "Mark, you did. I have the call log. You left a voicemail, too, saying, "I think I killed her." My breath caught. What? I didn't know what to say. I thought you meant figuratively, grief stuff, but you sounded unhinged. I hung up. Back at the house, I paced. My reflection in the hallway mirror looked hollow. Dark circles, pale skin, hair matted with sweat. I stared at it until it felt like it was staring back. That night, I didn't go to bed. I sat at the kitchen table with a flashlight and notepad. If something was happening, I'd document it. I'd prove it was real, or prove I was losing my mind. At exactly 1:03 a.m., the temperature in the room plummeted. My breath fogged. The lights, already dim, flickered once, then died. The emergency bulb above the stove cast long, trembling shadows. And then I heard footsteps on the stairs. Slow, deliberate. I didn't move, didn't breathe. The steps stopped outside the kitchen door. The knob turned. The door opened. No one was there, but the air, it changed. It carried the scent of jasmine, my mother's perfume. She always wore it on Sundays. "Mark," a voice whispered. Hers. Clear as day, I couldn't speak. "You promised you'd remember." "I don't know what you're talking about," I choked out. "You left me there." "Where?" "Mom, I was 16 when you died. I was at school." "You came back." No, I didn't." "You came back," she repeated, firmer now. "You opened the door. You let them in." I stood, backing into the counter. Who? Who did I let in?" The voice didn't answer. Instead, the hallway light flickered on by itself. Down the hall, the front door stood open. Moonlight spilled onto the rug. I ran upstairs, locked the bedroom door, and sat with my back against it until dawn. The next morning, I drove to the city archives. If my memories were failing, maybe records would help. I looked up the house on Elmwood Lane, West Hollow, built in 1923, owned by a family named Vey until 1989, then abandoned, then sold to a holding company, then nothing, until Mrs. Hargrove listed it. But I also looked up my own name, and there it was, a police report, dated 14 years ago, from this very address. Resident reported hearing voices. Mother found deceased in upstairs bedroom. No signs of forced entry. Son, Mark E., 16, interviewed. Claimed no memory of events. Ruled natural causes, though toxicology inconclusive. Natural causes? My mother died of a ruptured aneurysm at 42, in her sleep, in our apartment downtown. Not here. I showed the archivist the report. "This is wrong," I said. "My mom never lived here." The woman, older with wire-rimmed glasses, studied the file. That's odd. But the signature on the death certificate, that's your mother's maiden name, Eleanor Vey. Vey, the original owners." My head spun. Vey isn't her name. Her name was Riley. According to this, she was Eleanor Vey, married to Thomas Ellery. He died in 85. She lived here alone until 08. I left the archives shaking. I called Lena again. "What's my mom's full name?" "Eleanor Vey," she said without hesitation. "You told me she kept her maiden name after your dad died." "No," I whispered. "Her name was Riley. Eleanor Riley." "Mark, are you sure?" "Yes. But when I called Ben, he said the same thing. Eleanor Vey always was." I went back to the house, against every instinct. I needed to understand. In the attic, behind a loose wall panel I hadn't noticed before, I found a box, old photographs, newspaper clippings, a journal. The photos showed a woman who looked like my mother, but not quite. Same eyes, same smile, but her hair was darker, her face sharper. In one, she stood on the porch of this very house, arm around a boy who looked like me but younger. The date on the back, October 12th, 2007. The journal was hers. "I think Mark is changing," she wrote. "He looks at me like he doesn't know me anymore. He calls me Mom, but his voice is flat. Last night, he asked who his father was. He used to talk about Thomas all the time." Thomas. Not my father. My real father was Robert Ellery, died when I was 5, but in this version, Thomas Vey was my dad. And then I found the last entry. "He came home tonight, calm, too calm. He said, 'I know what you did.' I told him I didn't understand. He went upstairs. I heard the door to the attic open. Then silence. When I checked, he was gone. The window was open. I think he jumped. But when I ran outside, there was no body, only footprints leading back inside." The date, November 3rd, 2008. The day my mother died. But according to this, I died that day. And yet, here I am, unless I'm not. Unless I'm something else. That night, I didn't resist the voices. I went downstairs when they called. The hallway stretched longer than it should have. The front door stood open again, but beyond it wasn't the porch. It was a dark forest. Trees swaying in a wind I couldn't feel. My mother stood there in the same blue dress she wore the day she died. Only now her eyes were hollow, black. "You stayed away too long," she said. "I didn't know," I said. "You knew. You just forgot." "What did I do?" I asked. "You opened the door," she said. "You let the wrong thing in. And it took you. Left something wearing your skin behind." I looked down at my hands. They looked like mine. But were they? "You've been living someone else's life," she said. "A patchwork of borrowed memories. But this house remembers the truth, and it's time to give you back." "Give me back what?" "Yourself." She reached for me. I didn't pull away. The moment her fingers touched my wrist, the world fractured. Memories flooded in, not mine, not the ones I'd lived with for years, but real ones, sharp, painful, true. I remember coming home from school that day, finding the house quiet, going upstairs, seeing the shadow in my mother's room. It wasn't human. It had too many limbs, too many eyes. It whispered in a voice that wasn't a voice, and I ran, but not outside. I ran into the attic. I found the old mirror, the one covered in dust, the one my mother said never to touch, and I stepped through, not to escape, to replace. The thing that followed me, it needed a vessel. So I gave it mine. I pushed it into my skin, into my bones, into my mind, and I became the ghost, the watcher, the forgotten boy in the walls, but the house wouldn't let me go. It kept me tethered, waiting for the day the imitation would crack. And when it did, when the borrowed memories began to fray, the house summoned everyone I knew to remind me of the truth. Because the truth is this: I never left West Hollow. I never got a job in the city. I never had friends named Lena or Ben. I died here, and the thing wearing my face, it's been trying to become real. But now I remember. And as my mother pulls me into the forest, the real world beyond the veil, I feel my body dissolve, not into death, but into return. Behind me, in the house, the front door slams shut, and somewhere inside, something that looks like me wakes up screaming, realizing it's alone with a life that isn't its own. And the voices, they start again. With that, the story is over. Let's move to the next story. I can hear my name being whispered from inside my bones. It started with the hum. Not in my ears, not exactly. Deeper, a vibration in the marrow of my left femur, a low, resonant thrumming that echoed up through my hip and down into my heel. I thought it was just the apartment. The old building on Sycamore Street groaned and settled like a tired beast, pipes knocking, floorboards sighing. I blamed the industrial fridge in the Thai place downstairs, or the subway line 3 blocks over. I blamed stress. I blamed the cheap mattress. I blamed everything but the truth, because the truth was impossible. Then came the whispers. Not from the hallway, not from the vents. From inside. A sibilant susurration, coiling up from the hollow spaces of my long bones, threading through the spongy tissue of my vertebrae. My name, just my name. Eli, 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 drawn out, breathy, intimate, like a secret shared in the dark between lovers, or a predator calling its prey home. I'd be washing dishes, and the warm water would feel suddenly alien, the soap slick as blood, while the whisper rose from my radius, vibrating against the ceramic mug I held. I'd be walking to the bus stop, headphones blasting music to drown out the city, and beneath the thumping bass clear as a bell would come that voice from my sternum. Eli. Patient, insistent, hungry. I stopped sleeping. Not because I was afraid of the dark, though the dark felt thicker, denser, like something was crowding the corners, but because lying still made the whispers louder. When my body was quiet, the thing inside me wasn't. It stirred, it stretched. I could feel it shifting, a slow, gelatinous presence coiling around the shaft of my femur, pressing against the delicate lattice of my ribs. It wasn't pain. It was worse. It was occupation. A violation so profound it bypassed fear and landed squarely in existential dread. My bones weren't just mine anymore. They were its vessel, its home. I tried to ignore it. I doubled down on caffeine, on noise, on frantic activity. I took extra shifts at the archive downtown, losing myself in the dusty silence of forgotten letters and brittle land deeds, anything to outrun the internal echo. But the archive silence was a different beast. In the hush of the reading room, surrounded by centuries of dead paper, the whisper didn't fade. It amplified. It resonated with the stillness, bouncing off the silent shelves, vibrating in the very calcium of my skull until Eli became a physical pressure behind my eyes. My reflection started to lie. Catching sight of myself in a shop window, I'd see a gaunt stranger with hollows under his eyes too deep, skin stretched too tight over cheekbones that seemed sharper, different. My hands, resting on a coffee cup, looked longer, the knuckles more pronounced, the veins standing out like dark cords. Not mine, not quite. And in those moments, the whisper would surge, triumphant. Eli. I stopped looking in mirrors. Then came the dreams, viscid, suffocating things, not dreams of monsters or falling, but of architecture, of walking through vast, impossible structures built from bone, smooth, ivory corridors curved into vertebrae, doorways arched like rib cages, staircases spiraled from femurs, leading down into darkness that pulsed with a slow, wet light. And through it all, the whispering, not just my name now, but phrases, almost ready. The shell fits. Soon you won't need the skin. I'd wake, gasping, drenched in sweat that felt cold and slick like grave soil, my bones aching with a deep, hollow throb, as if they'd been hollowed out and refilled with something heavy and alien. I went to a doctor, Dr. Eris, a woman with kind eyes and a no-nonsense demeanor. I didn't mention the whispers. I couldn't. Instead, I described the bone pain, the fatigue, the feeling of being hollowed out. She ordered blood tests, an X-ray. The blood came back clean. The X-ray was where the cracks began to show. She called me back into her office, her brow furrowed. She gestured to the light box on the wall. My skeleton glowed stark white against the dark background. "Mr. Vance," she said, her voice carefully neutral, "your bone density is unusual. Not low, as one might suspect with your symptoms. In fact, it's remarkably high, but the structure—" She pointed to my left femur. "See here? The trabecular pattern, the lattice inside the bone, it's dense, almost crystalline. And look." Her finger moved to my skull. "The sutures, they're fusing prematurely, at an accelerated rate I've never seen. It's as if your bones are hardening, reinforcing themselves." "Reinforcing against what?" I asked, my throat dry. She shook her head. "Medically, it doesn't make sense. There's no known condition that causes this pattern. It's almost architectural." She met my eyes, a flicker of something unreadable in her own. "Are you under extreme stress, Eli? Experiencing unusual thoughts?" The whisper in my spine surged, a cold ripple. Unusual thoughts? It seemed to echo mockingly within her words. I mumbled something about work stress and insomnia, took the prescription for mild painkillers she offered, and fled. The pills did nothing. The whispers grew bolder. They started commenting, not just my name, but observations. "She didn't believe you. The Thai place closes at 10. Your landlord is behind on the mortgage." Mundane facts, yes, but spoken with a chilling intimacy from the core of my being. How did it know? Was it listening through my ears? Or was it simply part of me, accessing memories, perceptions, like tapping into a shared network? One rainy Tuesday, walking home past the boarded-up church on Elm, the whisper coiled up from my pelvis, sharp and sudden. "Look up." I did, through the grime-streaked window of the abandoned bell tower high above the street, a face pressed against the glass, pale, elongated, with eyes like pits of oil. It was gone before I could blink, vanishing into the gloom. But the whisper chuckled, a dry rustle inside my ribs. Friends. That was the breaking point. I couldn't live like this. Occupied, watched, changed. I needed answers. If medicine wouldn't give them, maybe something older would. Desperate, I sought out the only person in this city who dealt with things that whispered from the deep places. Mrs. Gable. Not the laundromat owner from my old neighborhood. This was a different Mrs. Gable. An old woman who ran a cramped antique shop smelling of dried herbs and dust, tucked away in the crooked alleys of the historic district. People said she knew things, dangerous things. The bell above her door jangled like a death rattle as I entered. The air was thick, heavy with the scent of cinnamon, ozone, and something earthy and decayed. Shelves groaned under the weight of chipped porcelain, yellowed books, and strange, unidentifiable objects wrapped in cloth. Mrs. Gable herself sat behind the counter, knitting with bone needles, her eyes milky but unnervingly focused as I approached. "You're hollow," she stated without preamble, her voice like stones grinding together. Not a question. I swallowed, the sound loud in the dusty silence. It whispers my name from inside my bones. She didn't look up from her knitting. What does it want? I don't know. It just watches, waits. It's changing me. My bones are becoming its temple, she finished, finally lifting her gaze. Her eyes, though clouded, seemed to pierce right through my skin, down to the marrow. It found a crack, a weakness in the shell, grief, maybe, loneliness, a moment of true despair. That's all it takes, a foothold. How do I make it stop? The plea was raw, ragged. She set her knitting down slowly. You don't make it stop, boy. You negotiate, or you starve it, or you break the vessel and hope your soul finds a new one before it catches you. She leaned forward, the smell of grave soil intensifying. It whispers your name because it's learning your shape. Every time you hear it, it tightens its hold. Every time you acknowledge it, even in fear, you feed it. You fed it well. I didn't know. Doesn't matter. She stood, surprisingly spry, and shuffled to a back room, returning with a small stoppered vial filled with dark, viscous liquid. Drink this, at midnight, alone, in complete silence, no lights, no sound, not even your own breath, if you can manage it. What is it? Bone dust? From something that refused to be a vessel, and wormwood to make it bitter. Her milky eyes held mine. The silence is the key. It thrives on the resonance of your fear, your thoughts. In true silence, it starves. It might loosen its grip, might even retreat back into the deep places it came from. But be warned, if it senses your intent, if it knows you're trying to cast it out. What? My voice was a whisper. It will dig deeper, she said flatly. It will show you why it chose you, why your bones are such a perfect fit, and it will make you want to keep it. She handed me the vial. The glass was ice cold. Inside, the liquid seemed to swirl with its own dark purpose. I paid her with trembling hands, the coins feeling alien, and stumbled out into the damp evening. Midnight found me in my apartment, stripped bare, sitting cross-legged on the cold floorboards in the center of the room. I'd unplugged the fridge, silenced my phone, stuffed towels under the door. The only light bled from the street lamp outside, casting long, distorted shadows. I uncorked the vial. The smell was horrific, rotten earth and bile. Holding my breath, I tipped it back. The liquid burned like frozen acid going down, coating my throat, sinking into my chest. I gagged, tears springing to my eyes. I forced myself to sit perfectly still, eyes closed, focusing on nothing. Emptiness, void, silence. At first, nothing, just the cold burn in my gut, my own frantic pulse in my ears. Then, the hum returned. Not from my femur this time, from everywhere. A deep, subsonic thrumming that vibrated the fillings in my teeth, rattled my eyeballs in their sockets. The whispers started, not as a sibilant Eli, but as a chorus. Dozens of voices overlapping, hissing from every bone in my body. Eli, 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 traitor, liar, hollow one, we see you, we know. Panic clawed at me. I fought it. Silence, emptiness, void. I thought of nothing, of white space, of static. The chorus faltered. The hum dipped. For a single glorious second, there was quiet. Not just absence of sound, but absence of presence. The thing inside me recoiled, confused, starved of the resonance of my terror. Then a single clear whisper, colder than the grave, rose from the base of my skull. Remember the well. A memory, not my own, exploded behind my eyes. Not a memory, a knowledge. I'm 7 years old, back at the old farmhouse outside Cedar Falls, summer heat thick as wool. My dog, Rusty, a scruffy terrier mutt, chasing a rabbit into the overgrown field behind the barn. I follow. He barks frantic at the crumbling stone lip of the old well, the one Grandpa always warned us about. Boarded up and chained, the boards are broken. Rusty whines, pawing at the edge. He looks back at me, his eyes wide with canine terror. Then he slips. I hear the splash. Distant. Final. I run back to the house, sobbing. Grandpa finds me. His face turns to stone. He doesn't yell. He just takes my hand, his grip like iron, and walks me silently back to the well. He makes me look down into the dark, reeking hole. Makes me listen to the faint, fading whimpers echoing up from the water far below. Makes me stand there until the whimpers stop, until there's only silence. And then he says, his voice low and terrible, "You let him go, Eli. You watched. You did nothing. That silence, that's on you. Carry it." I never told anyone. Buried it deep, wrapped it in layers of childhood amnesia. Became the quiet boy who flinched at sudden noises, who avoided wells and deep water, who felt a constant low-grade shame he couldn't name. The whisper in my skull purred, triumphant. That's why. That silence in your soul. It called to us. We filled the hollow place you made. We are your penance, your companion in the dark. We will never leave. We are you. The knowledge settled into my bones, not as a memory, but as a truth. The thing wasn't an invader. It was an echo, an answer, a manifestation of the guilt I'd buried so deep it festered in the very structure of my being, my bones, hardening, reinforcing. They weren't becoming a temple for a monster. They were becoming a tomb for my own buried sin. The vial's effect was gone. The chorus of whispers swelled back, louder, richer, woven now with the phantom whimpers of a dog lost down a well 30 years ago. Eli, Eli, Rusty, silence, hollow, ours. I opened my eyes. The streetlight gleam wasn't casting shadows on the walls. The shadows were moving on their own, coalescing, deepening into the shape of that face I'd seen in the bell tower, then another and another, pale, elongated faces with oil pit eyes pressing close, their whispers now audible in the air around me, harmonizing with the chorus inside my bones. Mrs. Gable's warning echoed, "It will make you want to keep it." And it was true. The weight in my bones wasn't just occupation anymore, it was relief. The constant gnawing shame I'd carried since I was 7, it had a shape now, a voice, a reason. It wasn't just my burden, it was my companion, my penance made flesh, or bone. To cast it out would be to return to that raw, formless guilt, that hollow silence. This was better. This was connection. This was being seen. The faces in the shadows drifted closer, their whispers a soothing lullaby. Stay, Eli, stay. The well is deep, but your bones are deeper. We will keep you safe. We will keep you company forever. I stopped fighting the hum. I leaned into it. Let the vibration fill the hollow spaces. Let the whispers weave through my marrow like roots claiming stone. The cold burn of the bone dust potion faded, replaced by a deep, resonant warmth spreading from my core. My bones felt strong, solid. Right. I stood up. The movement felt different, fluid, powerful. The shadows parted before me like respectful servants. I walked to the window, looking out at the rain-slick street, the distant lights, the city sounds, the hum of tires, the distant siren, were just noise now. Beneath it, deeper, more real, was the chorus in my bones. Eli, Eli, Eli. A smile touched my lips. It felt strange on my face, unfamiliar, but right. My reflection in the dark glass looked back. The gauntness was still there, but eyes, they held a depth that hadn't been there before, a knowing, a stillness. I placed a hand on the cold window pane. Beneath my palm I could feel the faint thrum of the city's own bones, the pipes, the foundations, the subway tunnels far below. And faintly, oh so faintly, woven into that vibration, came other whispers, other names, other hollow places waiting to be found. The thing inside me shifted, content. It had its vessel. It had its name. And soon it whispered against my inner ear, slick with promise. Soon we will find others like us, others who carry silence in their bones. We will fill them too. I closed my eyes, listening to the symphony of whispers rockless from the city's depths, harmonizing with the chorus in my own skeleton. The rain tapped against the glass like impatient fingers, or like bones clicking together in the dark. And for the first time in 30 years, I didn't feel alone. I felt complete. The hollow place was filled, the silence was broken, and the name they whispered, it was finally mine. And with that, this story comes to an end. Let's move on to the next one. I remember dying, but everyone says I'm fine. The shower water should have been hot, scalding, enough to burn the memory of ice water out of my bones. But it wasn't. It ran lukewarm and thin from the faucet, the same weak pressure that had plagued this apartment since I moved in after Clara left. I stood under it shivering, scrubbing my arms raw. My left forearm wouldn't clean. No matter how hard I scrubbed, how much soap I used, the skin remained stained a faint watery blue, like drowned flesh. And when the steam thickened, curling around me like grave mist, I could still feel it. The crushing weight of the river current, the shocking cold as it filled my mouth, the desperate flail of my legs against the muddy bottom as my lungs burned. I remembered the exact moment the world went silent, the bubbles rising past my face, silver and fragile, the streetlights above the water's surface, blurred and distant like stars in a dream. The thought that cut through the panic, sharp and final. This is how I die. I turned off the water. The dripping echoed in the tiny bathroom. I toweled off slowly, avoiding the mirror. I didn't need to see the hollows under my eyes, the grayish pallor that clung to my skin no matter how much I slept. I knew what was there. I dressed in the bedroom, pulling on clean sweatpants and a t-shirt. The blue stain on my forearm had faded to a ghostly watermark, barely visible, just like the memory everyone insisted wasn't real. Downstairs, Mrs. Gable was feeding pigeons on her stoop. Her laundromat smelled of damp cotton and industrial soap. She beamed when she saw me. "Eli, you look better today. Color in your cheeks." Her eyes were sharp behind her thick glasses, missing nothing. The tremor in my hands, the way I gripped the railing too tightly. I forced a smile. "Just tired, Mrs. Gable?" "Bad dreams." She patted my arm. "Honey, you haven't slept at all since that little tumble last week. Finch said you slipped on the fire escape, hit your head something awful. Lucky you landed in the bushes." Her voice dropped, conspiratorial. "Heard the ambulance sirens myself, scared the daylights out of me, but you bounced back quick, like a cat." She chuckled, offering me a stale cookie from her pocket. "No broken bones, no concussion. Doctor said it was a miracle." I took the cookie, nodded. A miracle. The word tasted like river mud. I hadn't slipped on the fire escape. I'd jumped, or rather, he had jumped. The man who lived in this body before the water took him. Before I woke up in the hospital bed, tubes in my arms, the sterile smell of antiseptic stinging my nose, and a doctor with calm eyes telling me, "You're safe now, Mr. Vance. You fell, but you're fine, perfectly fine." I'd known it was a lie before the words were fully out. The memories weren't of falling, they were of sinking, of giving up, of the river pulling me down into its cold, dark embrace, while the city lights glittered like indifferent stars above. I walked to work. Data Key Solutions. Cubicle 4B. The fluorescent lights hummed overhead, a sound that used to be background noise. Now it felt like the river's roar, muffled but insistent. Brenda from HR intercepted me at the coffee machine. "Eli, glad you're back. We've all been so worried." Her smile was perfect, professional. Her eyes flickered over my face, cataloging. "Dr. Evans called this morning. He's pleased with your progress. Said the dissociative episode was severe, but the new meds are working." She slid a manila folder across the counter. My employee file opened to a page stamped. "Medical leave. Approved. Dates circled October 12th to October 19th. Today was October 20th. "Just a fall, sweetie," she repeated, her voice syrupy with concern. "You blacked out. Hit your head. It's understandable you'd have some vivid dreams. Trauma does that." She patted my hand. Her touch was warm, real. But the memory of icy water closing over my head was more real. I remembered the weight of my soaked clothes dragging me down, the panic as my foot snagged on a submerged branch. The last thought before the darkness took me, let go. It's easier to let go. I spent the day inputting insurance claims. Numbers blurred on the screen. Every time I blinked, I saw bubbles rising. The coppery taste of fear flooded my mouth. At lunch, Mark from accounting slid into the booth across from me in the break room. "Dude, you okay? You look like hell." I stared at my sandwich, turkey and avocado on rye. Clara's favorite. I hadn't eaten avocado in years. "I remember dying, Mark," I said quietly, the words scraping my throat raw. "In the river, last Tuesday night. I jumped off the bridge." Mark's smile froze. Then it crumpled into pity. "Whoa, heavy. Finch told us you had a bad fall off the fire escape. Concussion, maybe? Dr. Evans said—" "I didn't fall off the fire escape." The words came out too loud. Heads turned. Mark leaned in, voice low, urgent. "Eli, listen. Finch called the cops. They found you curled up at the base of the Sycamore Street Bridge at 3 a.m. You were dry. Your shoes were clean. No mud, no river smell. Just confused, shaken, talking about water." He squeezed my arm. "The river's 3 blocks away. The bridge railing's 8 feet high. You'd have broken bones. You have nothing, not a scratch." He pulled out his phone, tapped the screen, slid it toward me. A photo. Me, sitting on a gurney under the bridge lights. My clothes were dry. My hair was neatly combed. My face was pale, terrified but unmarked. No water in my clothes, no mud on my shoes, just Eli Vance looking lost. "See? You were never in the water. It was a nightmare, a bad one, but it wasn't real." I stared at the photo. My own face stared back, hollow-eyed, yes, but dry, unharmed. The blue stain on my forearm was hidden under my sleeve. I remembered the cold metal of the gurney under my palms. I remembered the EMT's voice. "Easy now. You're safe. Just a fall." But I also remembered the water filling my lungs. The two memories clashed like broken glass in my skull. Which was the dream? The the dry gurney under the bridge lights, or the suffocating dark of the river bottom? The copper taste surged back, thick and metallic. I pushed the phone away. "I remember the cold," I whispered. "I remember the bubbles." Mark's expression hardened. "Dr. Evans says that's the dissociation talking, the brain protecting itself from the trauma of the fall, creating a narrative to explain the fear." He stood up, gathering his lunch. "Get checked again, Eli. Seriously. This isn't healthy. You're scaring people." He walked away. The break room chatter resumed, but glances thrown my way were different now, warier, pitying. I saw Brenda watching from her office doorway. Her smile was tight, professional. She made a small, deliberate motion with her finger against her temple. Crazy. I left work early. The city streets felt alien, too bright, too loud. The roar of buses, the shriek of brakes, the blare of car horns, it all blurred into the sound of rushing water. I found myself walking toward the river, not the Sycamore Street Bridge where they'd found me dry, the old stone footbridge near the Botanical Gardens, where I'd jumped, where I'd died. The afternoon sun glinted off the slow-moving water. Couples strolled hand in hand. Joggers panted past. No one looked twice at the man standing rigidly on the bridge, hands gripping the cold stone railing. I leaned out, looked down. The water was murky green, swirling around pilings crusted with riverweed. I could see the reflection of the sky, fractured and rippling. And in that reflection, for a split second, I saw it, not my own face, but face bloated and pale, waterlogged, eyes wide and white like stones, mouth open in a silent scream. It vanished as a barge chugged past, churning the water into froth. I stumbled back, gasping. A young woman walking a golden retriever glanced at me, frowning. "You okay, mister?" Her dog whined, pulling toward the railing, hackles raised, staring at the spot where I'd seen the face. I ran, not home, to St. Vincent's Hospital. The ER waiting room smelled of bleach and despair. I waited 2 hours, my leg bouncing uncontrollably. When the young resident finally called my name, I blurted it out before he could sit down. "I died last Tuesday in the river, under the Sycamore Street Bridge." I remember it, the cold, the bubbles, the silence. I rolled up my sleeve, showing him the faint blue stain on my forearm. "See? Drowned flesh. It won't wash off." The resident, Dr. Chen, didn't flinch. He examined the stain with calm professionalism. "Interesting discoloration," he murmured, pressing it lightly. "Looks like a mild bruise, or possibly a reaction to laundry detergent, common in cheap apartments with old pipes." He pulled up my chart on his tablet. "Mr. Vance, your records are clear. You presented to the ER last Tuesday night after a fall from your fire escape, approximately 8 feet. You sustained a minor scalp laceration and a bruised wrist. No fractures, no signs of submersion, no hypothermia, your clothes were dry, your core temperature was normal." He swiveled the tablet toward me. Scans, X-rays, a CT scan of my head, all pristine, no trauma, no water in the lungs, no residue of river sediment under my nails. Nothing. Just Eli Vance, 32, with a minor head injury and a story no one believed. "Dr. Evans has you on a low-dose antipsychotic for the dissociative episodes," Dr. Chen continued gently. "He believes the fall triggered a stress response. Your brain created a detailed, immersive fantasy to cope with the fear of falling. It's not uncommon. The blue mark, likely residual bruising from when you hit the ground. It'll fade." "But I remember the water," I insisted, my voice cracking. "I remember letting go. I remember the light fading." "You remember a dream," he corrected, his tone kind but firm. "A very vivid, traumatic dream. Your brain conflated the fear of falling with the fear of drowning. It's a protective mechanism." He placed a hand on my shoulder. "You're not crazy, Eli. You're healing. Trust the process. Trust the facts." He wrote a new prescription, stronger antipsychotics, and patted my back as he ushered me out. "Go home. Rest. Talk to Dr. Evans tomorrow." The sliding glass doors hissed shut behind me, sealing me out of the sterile, factual world. The river's roar filled my ears again. I looked down at my forearm. The blue stain seemed darker in a harsh afternoon light, like a fingerprint left by the dead. Dr. Evans's office was all beige carpet and framed motivational quotes. "The mind is not a vessel to be filled, but a fire to be kindled." I sat rigidly in the plush chair, staring at the Rorschach blot on his desk. He listened quietly as I described the river, the bubbles, the face in the water. He took notes, nodded thoughtfully. "The persistence of the memory is significant, Eli," he said finally, steepling his fingers. "But persistence doesn't equal reality. Our brains are remarkable storytellers. After trauma, they weave narratives to make sense of the senseless. Your fall was terrifying. Your subconscious reached for the most primal fear it could find: drowning. It's not uncommon for near-death experiences, even imagined ones, to feel hyper-real." He leaned forward, his gaze intense. "Here's what we know for certain. You were found dry under the Sycamore Street Bridge. Your physical exam showed 0 signs of submersion. Your medical records are consistent with a minor fall, not a near drowning. Your memories are inconsistent with the physical evidence. Therefore, the memories are unreliable." He slid a brochure across the desk. "Understanding Dissociative Amnesia. Reclaiming Your Narrative. The medication will help quiet the intrusive thoughts. Give it time. And Eli, stop going to the river. Avoid triggers. Your mind needs safety to heal." I took the brochure, didn't read it, walked home in a daze. The streets felt tilted, unreal, like a stage set. I passed a newsstand. The headline screamed, "Mysterious Death in River. Body found near Sycamore Street Bridge." My blood froze. I grabbed the paper. October 19th, yesterday. A young man, mid-30s, no ID, found tangled in debris near the pilings, cause of death, drowning. Time of death estimated 2:00 a.m. to 4 a.m. Tuesday night. My night. I fumbled for coins, bought the paper, my hands shaking so badly I tore the pages. I hurried home, locking the door behind me, drawing the curtains. I spread the paper on the kitchen table. The grainy photo of the recovered body, bloated, face obscured by riverweed, sent a jolt through me. Not my face, a stranger's. But the clothes, waterlogged jeans, a dark hoodie. It could have been me. The article mentioned a witness, an elderly man walking his dog at 3 a.m. who saw a tall figure jump but couldn't identify them in the dark. The police were treating it as suicide. No foul play suspected. I sank to the floor. The newspaper crumpled in my lap. The blue stain on my forearm pulsed faintly, cold against my skin. The copper taste flooded my mouth. This was proof. This was the truth. I died. This other man, this John Doe, had died instead. Or I was John Doe, stolen from the river, dumped dry on the bridge, given Eli Vance's life like a hand-me-down coat that didn't quite fit. The apartment felt suffocating. The peeling wallpaper seemed to breathe. The old pipes groaned like a dying thing. I needed air. I needed to see the bridge. Now, I ran, ignoring the ache in my chest that wasn't there before, the strange lightness in my limbs. The city blurred past. At the Sycamore Street Bridge, police tape fluttered in the breeze, cordoning off a section near the railing. 2 cops stood guard, bored. I approached cautiously. "Excuse me, I think I might have seen something the night that man died." One cop, a heavy-set man with a mustache, eyed me. "You with the media? We're not giving interviews." "No, I live nearby. I saw a guy jump Tuesday night around 3 a.m. The cop's partner, younger, leaned in. "Yeah? What did he look like?" "Tall," I said, my voice tight. "Wearing a dark hoodie, he just climbed over and let go. No hesitation." The young cop exchanged a glance with his partner. The older one sighed. "Look, pal, we got that report. From an old guy walking his poodle. Said the same thing. But here's the thing." He pointed to the railing. "No scuff marks. No fibers caught on the metal. No witness saw anyone approach the bridge that night on the cameras." He gestured to a small weatherproof camera mounted on a lamppost. "We checked. Clear. From midnight to 5 a.m. No one came near this railing except the old man and his dog. And you," he tapped his notebook. "You, Eli Vance, found sitting right here at 3:17 a.m., dry as a bone, babbling about a jump you didn't take. Security footage confirms it. You were alone. You never went near the railing." He closed his notebook with a snap. "Grief does funny things. That John Doe, he was your neighbor, wasn't he? Apartment 3B, 2 floors down. Real quiet guy. Worked nights. You probably barely knew him, but losing someone close, it messes with your head. Makes you see things. Makes you feel things that aren't yours." He put a firm hand on my shoulder. "Go home, son. Take your meds. Let the dead rest." I walked away, numb. Apartment 3B? I'd never noticed who lived there. Had I seen him in the hall? At the mailboxes? His face in the newspaper was a stranger's, but the blue stain on my arm burned cold. That night, I didn't sleep. I sat by the window, watching the streetlights cast long, shifting shadows on the wall. The shadows looked wrong, thicker, hungrier. At 2:17 a.m., the time the cop said I was found on the bridge, the shadows in the corner of my room detached. Not my shadow, something else. A deeper darkness, coalescing into a shape, tall, thin, dripping. It didn't move toward me. It pointed, not at me, at the closet. Its form was indistinct, wavering like heat haze, but the finger was clear, accusing. I stood slowly, my heart hammering against ribs that felt too fragile. I opened the closet. Nothing, just coats. I pushed them aside, and there, behind my winter parka, taped to the back wall, was a small waterproof bag. I hadn't put it there. I tore it open. Inside was a wallet. Waterlogged, swollen. The ID photo showed a man with my eyes, my jawline, but not my face. His name, Daniel Shaw. Address, Apartment 3B, 17 Sycamore Street, the John Doe from the river. Tucked behind the ID was a folded piece of paper. My own handwriting covered it, jagged and frantic. I took his place. The water gave him to me. It wanted a life. I offered mine. It took his instead. I am not Eli Vance. I am the space where he drowned. I remember the bubbles. I remember the letting go. They call it a miracle. It was a theft. Burn this. Forget. But I can't forget the cold. I can't forget the light fading. They say I'm fine. I am not fine. I am Daniel Shaw's ghost wearing Eli's skin. The river is in my bones. It is always hungry. I dropped the note. It fluttered to the floor like a dead leaf. The dripping shadow was gone. Only moonlight pooled on the floorboards. I sank to my knees, the wallet clutched in my hand. Daniel Shaw's face smiled up at me from the ID, a life cut short, a life I'd stolen. The blue stain on my forearm was a deep, unnatural indigo now spreading like a bruise toward my elbow. The copper taste was a river in my mouth. I remembered, not just the drowning, the bargain. Standing on the bridge, the river whispering up through the cracks in the concrete, a voice like wet stones grinding. Together, one life for another, your pain for his peace, jump, and we will give you back the life you lost. Clara's face swam in my mind, her laughter, the scent of her hair, the warmth of her hand in mine, the loneliness that had hollowed me out after she left. I'd stepped onto the railing, closed my eyes. Take me, give me back what I lost. The cold hit, the current pulled, and in the dark water, something cold and ancient wrapped around my ankles, not to drag me down, but to push. I broke the surface gasping, not on the riverbank, but dry and shivering at the base of the Sycamore Street Bridge. Eli Vance's life flooded back into me, his memories, his apartment, his job. But beneath them, like a deep, cold current, flowed Daniel Shaw's final moments. The river hadn't given me back my life. It had given me his, and it was still hungry. I called Dr. Evans at 3 a.m. His voicemail was full. I called Brenda, straight to voicemail. I called Mark. Same. I sat on the floor, Daniel Shaw's wallet in my lap, the note crumpled in my fist. The street lights outside flickered, died. The apartment plunged into darkness. Only the glow of the digital clock on the stove, 3:17 a.m., the time I was found, the time Daniel Shaw died. The shadows in the corners deepened. Not one shadow, many, dozens, thin, dripping shapes, coalescing from the gloom. They didn't point. They reached. Cold, watery fingers brushed my skin. The whisper filled the room, not in my ears, but in the marrow of my bones. He is not yours. Give him back. The bargain was for one. You took two. The river is hungry. I scrambled back, hitting the wall. I didn't know. I just wanted to stop hurting. The pain is the price. The voices hissed, a chorus of wet echoes. You stole his rest. Now you will rest in the deep places where the light does not reach. The shadows surged forward, not to touch me, to become me. I felt them seeping into my skin, my bones, my breath. The blue stain on my arm spread like ink and water, swallowing my hand, my wrist. The copper taste became the taste of mud and decay. I remembered Daniel Shaw's last thought, not fear, but relief. Relief at the cold. Relief at the silence. Relief at the letting go. And I understood. The river didn't want Daniel Shaw back. It wanted me. It wanted the life I'd stolen. It wanted the pain I'd tried to bury. It wanted the space where Eli Vance had drowned his grief, and Daniel Shaw had drowned his life. It wanted the hollow place inside me. I stopped fighting. Let the cold fill me. Let the shadows pull me down. The last thing I saw before the darkness swallowed me whole was my own hand, raised in surrender. The blue stain was gone. My skin was pale, unmarked, clean, and on the floor where I'd been sitting, Daniel Shaw's wallet lay open. His ID photo smiled up, peaceful, at peace. The note was gone. Only a single waterlogged maple leaf rested beside the wallet. Out of season, out of place, glistening with river water. Outside, the street lights flickered back on. Dawn bled gray over the city. In the apartment above Mrs. Gable's laundromat, the shower ran. Lukewarm water streamed down the tiles. A man stood beneath it, scrubbing his arms. His left forearm was perfectly clean, unblemished. He turned off the water, dried himself, dressed. He walked downstairs, nodding to Mrs. Gable on her stoop. "Morning, Mrs. Gable. Beautiful day." His voice was calm, steady. He walked to Data Key Solutions, Cubicle 4B. He input insurance claims with quiet efficiency. At lunch, Mark from accounting joined him. "Rough night?" Mark asked, eyeing the dark circles under the man's eyes. The man smiled, a warm, easy smile. "Just dreams. Dr. Evans says they'll fade." He took a bite of his turkey and avocado sandwich, Clara's favorite. He didn't notice the faint scent of river water that clung to his skin. He didn't feel the cold spot in his chest where a heart should beat. He didn't see the shadow that followed him, a shadow that didn't quite match his shape, a shadow that dripped faintly on the linoleum floor, a shadow that pointed not at the world, but at the hollow place inside his own chest. He was fine, perfectly fine. The doctor said so. The records proved it. The river had taken its due, and the man who remembered dying, he was finally at rest, deep in the cold, dark water where the light never reached, where the bubbles rose like silver prayers and the silence was a blanket. The apartment was quiet, the shadows were still, and on the kitchen table, untouched, sat a new prescription bottle. The label read, "Eli Vance. Take one daily for dissociative episodes." The pills inside were untouched, unneeded. The man didn't need them anymore. He remembered nothing. He was fine. He was home. He was empty. The river had won, and the thing wearing Eli Vance's skin smiled, tasting the copper on its tongue, and reached for another bite of sandwich. The hunger was quiet now, but it was never gone. It was only waiting for the next life, the next bargain, the next hollow place to fill. The shadow on the wall didn't move. It didn't need to. It was already inside, already home, already hungry. The silence in the apartment wasn't peaceful. It was the silence of the deep water, the silence after the last bubble rises, the silence of a life stolen and a life given back, empty, perfect, and utterly, terrifyingly fine. And with that, this story comes to an end. Let's move on to the next one. I bought a used camera. The last picture was of me sleeping. The scent of a pawn shop is a unique perfume, a layered olfactory history of desperation, forgotten hobbies, and the faint, metallic tang of regret. It's a smell I've always found strangely comforting. I'm a photographer, but not the kind who chases the crisp, sterile perfection of digital. I'm a creature of the darkroom, a lover of film grain, light leaks, and the tangible magic of a silver gelatin print coming to life in a tray of chemicals. I hunt for relics, for cameras with stories baked into their brass and leather. My name is Jacob, and I believe that old lenses see the world differently, that they hold the ghosts of every image they've ever captured. I never imagined how literally true that could be. The shop was a dusty, cluttered cave on a forgotten side street, the kind of place you'd miss if you weren't specifically looking for the faded peeling sign that read, "Second Chances." I was killing time, waiting for inspiration to strike, a common affliction since my ex-girlfriend Chloe had moved out 6 months prior, taking the vibrant color palette of our shared life with her and leaving me in a world of muted grays. It was in the back, under a table piled high with defunct VCRs and sad-looking porcelain dolls, that I saw it. It was a Lichtner A7, a beautiful, brutish piece of German engineering from the 1960s. It was a rangefinder, heavy and solid, its black enamel worn to a soft patina on the corners, its lens a single, unblinking cyclops eye. It felt less like a machine and more like a dense, mechanical heart in my hands. The shopkeeper, a man whose face seemed to be made of intersecting wrinkles, gave me a rheumy-eyed look. "That one? Been here for ages," he rasped. "Found it in an estate lot. As is, of course." "Does the shutter work?" I asked, my thumb finding the familiar, satisfying resistance of the film advance lever. He shrugged, a gesture that moved his entire upper body. "Probably. Thing's built like a Panzer tank. $10. It was the kind of deal that makes your heart beat a little faster." I paid the man, feeling a thrill of discovery, a brief, bright spark in the monochrome landscape of my recent life. I took it home to my apartment, a third-floor walk-up with creaky floors and a view of a brick wall, the kind of place that's perfect for brooding artists and other assorted cliches. The real surprise came when I opened the back. There was a roll of film still inside. This was the holy grail for a junk shop connoisseur like me. A found history, a tiny orphan time capsule. The film was an old, off-brand black and white. The counter stopped at 24 exposures. I felt a giddy sense of voyeuristic anticipation. Who was the previous owner? What moments had they deemed worthy of capture? My bathroom doubles as my dark room. I sealed the door with a towel, the familiar, comforting darkness enveloping me. The smell of fixer and stop bath was my incense. I went through the ritual, my hands moving with practiced confidence in the dim, ruby glow of the safe light. I unspooled the film, clipped it, and submerged it in the developer. I watched the clock, gently agitating the tank, my mind racing with possibilities. An hour later, the negatives were hanging to dry, a glistening celluloid ribbon of someone else's life. I held them up to the light, my heart pounding with a mixture of excitement and a strange, almost reverent respect. The first 23 pictures were unremarkable. They were the anonymous, slightly melancholic photos of a life lived, a blurry shot of a child on a swing, a close-up of a cat's face, a rain-slicked street at night, the streetlights blooming like soft, ethereal flowers, several overexposed photos of what looked like the interior of an old, cluttered house. They were competent, but lonely. The compositions were slightly off, the subjects always distant. They felt like the work of a ghost, someone observing the world without ever truly participating in it. Then I looked at the last frame, number 24. My breath hitched in my chest. A cold, sharp icicle of dread seemed to pierce my sternum and travel down my spine. I took the negative strip and put it in the enlarger, needing to see it in stark, undeniable black and white. I focused the image, my hand suddenly clumsy and slick with a sweat I hadn't noticed. The image bloomed into life on the photographic paper in the developing tray, a ghost emerging from the chemical ether. It was a picture of me, sleeping, in my bed, in my apartment. The angle was from the foot of the bed, looking towards the headboard. I was on my side, my face half buried in the pillow. The details were so horrifically, intimately correct that my mind buckled under the weight of them. The specific, rumpled way my comforter was bunched up. The book on my nightstand, a collection of poetry Chloe had left behind, its cover clearly legible. The glass of water beside it, even the shadow cast on the wall by my bedside lamp, was perfect, a familiar nightly silhouette. My first thought was that it was a prank, an incredibly elaborate, cruel prank. My mind immediately went to Chloe, but this wasn't her style. She was practical, grounded. She wouldn't know the first thing about developing film, let alone staging something so violating. And we hadn't spoken in months. My other friends? None of them had a key. My second thought was more technical, a double exposure, a bizarre 1-in-a-million fluke where my face had been superimposed over an image of an empty bed. I was a photographer. I knew the science. I could debunk this. I grabbed my loupe and examined the negative again, my heart thumping a frantic, panicked rhythm against my ribs. The grain was consistent. The light source was singular. The shadows were perfect. It was a single, unmodified, horrifyingly real photograph. My apartment, which had always felt like a sanctuary, a shell I could retreat into, suddenly felt violated, porous. The air itself felt thick with a hostile presence. I walked into my bedroom and stood at the foot of the bed, my eyes darting around the room. The perspective matched perfectly. The photographer had been standing right here, in my room, while I slept. Who had owned this camera? And how, in the name of all that was sane and logical, had they taken a picture of me before I had even bought it? The film had been in the camera when I found it. The thought was a paradox, a Mobius strip of impossibility that my rational mind couldn't navigate. That night, sleep was a foreign country I couldn't find a visa for. I sat on my sofa, the lights on, the Lichner A7 on the coffee table in front of me. It wasn't just a camera anymore. It was a witness, an accomplice. It seemed to watch me with its single glass eye, its black body absorbing the light, giving nothing back. I felt a primal, superstitious urge to smash it, to shatter its lens and exorcise whatever malevolent history it held. But I was also a photographer. It was a beautiful object, and a deeper, more frightening part of me needed to understand. I wedged a chair under the doorknob, a flimsy, pathetic defense against an intruder who had seemingly already bypassed all logic and security. Every creak of the old building, every siren in the distant city was the sound of them coming back. I must have eventually drifted off because I woke up with a jolt, my neck stiff. The gray, unforgiving light of dawn filtering through the blinds. The first thing I did was check the chair. It was still there. I was alone. But the feeling of being watched didn't leave with the night. It clung to me like a damp shroud. At my job, a soulless but necessary gig retouching real estate photos, I couldn't focus. I kept seeing movement in the corners of my screen. I'd glance over my shoulder in the office, convinced someone was standing behind me. I spent my lunch break in a frantic, paranoid online search. I typed in Lichner A7 and strange photos. I waded through forums of camera collectors, their posts filled with arcane discussions of shutter speeds and lens coatings. And then I found it. A single cryptic post on an obscure German photography forum dated from 10 years ago. The post was titled Schattenkamera? Shadow Camera? The user, who went by the name Collector88, wrote about a legend associated with a small specific batch of Lichner A7s produced in the winter of 1963. The legend claimed the lenses were made with a new type of quartz-infused glass mined from a strange, geologically unique site in the Black Forest. The cameras, the legend went, didn't just capture light. They captured something else, an echo, a premonition. The Post called them Seelenfängers, soul catchers. It mentioned the original designer, a man named Klaus Richter, who had become a recluse and died in a mental asylum, obsessed with the idea that his cameras were showing him pictures of things that hadn't happened yet. The Post ended with a chilling single line. There are stories of owners disappearing, leaving behind only the camera and a final, undeveloped roll of film. I felt a wave of nausea. This was insane. Urban legends, internet ghost stories. But the story had the chilling ring of a truth I didn't want to acknowledge. That night, my paranoia graduated to active measures. I bought a new, heavy-duty deadbolt for my door. I installed a cheap, motion-activated webcam on my bookshelf, aimed at my bed. I was turning my home into a fortress, but I felt more vulnerable than ever. I took the Lichner and locked it in a metal footlocker in my closet, as if I could contain its curse through simple physical confinement. For a week, there was nothing. The webcam recorded nothing but 8 hours of me sleeping fitfully. The feeling of being watched began to recede, replaced by the weary, self-mocking thought that I had let a strange coincidence drive me to the brink of a nervous breakdown. I almost convinced myself it was all in my head. Then I came home from work to find the footlocker in my closet open. I stared at it, my blood turning to ice water. The lock was not broken. It was unlocked. I knew with an absolute gut-wrenching certainty that I had locked it, and inside, sitting innocently on a pile of old sweaters, was the Lichner. I backed out of the closet, my breath coming in ragged, shallow gasps. Someone had been here, again. But the new deadbolt on my front door was still locked from the inside. The windows were all latched. There was no way in. My eyes fell on the webcam. I scrambled to my laptop, my hand shaking so badly I could barely type my password. I opened the security footage from the day. I fast-forwarded through the long, empty hours of my vacant apartment. Nothing, no movement, no intruders. The footlocker remained closed and locked. I replayed it, watching the timestamp in the corner. Then I saw it. At exactly 3:33 p.m., the video feed flickered. For a single frame, the screen went to black static. When the image returned, a millisecond later, the footlocker was open. It hadn't been opened. It had just become open, as if reality itself had been briefly edited. A single, crucial frame of the film of my life snipped out, leaving a seamless, impossible jump cut. With a sense of dread so profound it felt like I was moving underwater, I picked up the camera. The film counter, which had been at 0, now read 1. A new picture had been taken. I didn't want to see it. Every cell in my body screamed at me to take the camera and throw it into the deepest part of the river. But I had to know. I was a prisoner to this thing, and the only way out was to understand the nature of my cell. Back in the dark room, the ruby light felt less like a comfort and more like the glow of a hellish fire. My hands trembled as I developed the single frame. The image that emerged was worse than the first. It was a picture of me in the shower. The photo was taken through the frosted glass of the shower door, my form a blurry, vulnerable silhouette. But the detail was still cruelly precise. The specific brand of shampoo on the shelf. The small, crescent-shaped scar on my left shoulder. The angle was from inside the small windowless bathroom. It was a picture of a private, unguarded moment taken by an invisible, impossible voyeur. The camera was no longer just showing me the past. It was actively documenting my present. It was with me, always. The next few weeks were a descent into a private waking nightmare. The pictures kept appearing, one every few days. A single frame would be exposed on whatever roll of film I had in the camera. I tried leaving it empty, but a new, unexposed negative would simply materialize inside it. A picture of me at my desk at work, taken from over my shoulder. A picture of me buying groceries, taken from the other end of the aisle. A picture of me on the phone with my mother, my face etched with a fake, cheerful smile as I lied and told her everything was fine. Each one was a new violation, a new piece of evidence that my life was no longer my own. The photographer was a ghost, a demon, a glitch in the matrix. I didn't know what it was, but I knew it was intimately, malevolently connected to the listener. I tried to get rid of it. I drove 40 miles out of the city and threw it into a landfill. I came home, exhausted and relieved, to find it sitting on my pillow. I smashed it with a hammer, the lens shattering, the body dented and broken. The next morning, it was on my kitchen table, fully repaired without a single scratch. It was a part of my life now, a tumorous, malignant growth that I could not excise. I stopped sleeping. I survived on coffee and fear, my eyes bloodshot, my hands in a perpetual state of tremor. My work suffered. My friends called, their voices full of a concern that I could not answer without sounding like a raving lunatic. I was an island, and the waters were rising. The pictures began to change. They were no longer just of me. A photo appeared of Chloe walking down the street, her face a mask of worry. She was walking towards my apartment building. A few hours later, my buzzer rang. It was her. "Jacob, I've been calling you for a week," she said, her voice tight with a mixture of anger and concern. "Are you okay? You look terrible." I couldn't let her in. I spoke to her through the intercom, my voice a ragged croak, telling her I had the flu, that I was fine, that she should go. The hurt in her eyes, even through the tiny, distorted camera, was a physical blow. The camera wasn't just tormenting me. It was using the people I cared about to do it. It was isolating me, turning me into the monster they would all remember. And then the pictures began to show the future. It started with a photo of a broken plate on my kitchen floor, shattered into a dozen pieces. I spent the entire day in a state of high alert, refusing to go near my kitchen cabinets. That evening, as I was making coffee, a sudden, inexplicable tremor shook the building. A low, deep rumble from a passing construction truck on the street below. A plate vibrated off the shelf and shattered on the floor in the exact pattern as the photograph. My blood ran cold. The camera wasn't just a voyeur, it was an oracle, a prophet of mundane and perhaps not so mundane doom. It was showing me a script, a future that was already written, that I was powerless to change. My free will was an illusion. I was just an actor, hitting my marks in a horror movie written by a malevolent mechanical god. I knew, with a certainty that settled in my bones like a terminal cancer, that a final photograph was coming. The one that would explain everything, the one that would show me how it all ended. It appeared 3 nights ago. I developed it with the slow, resigned dread of a man walking to the gallows. The image that emerged from the developer was a culmination of all my fears, a perfect, monochrome distillation of the horror that had consumed my life. The perspective was my own. It was a photo taken from my point of view. My own hands were visible in the bottom of the frame, holding the Lixner camera. The camera was pointed down at the floor of my living room. Chloe was lying there, her eyes wide and staring at the ceiling, a dark, spreading stain on the front of her white blouse. In the corner of the frame, I could see the tip of my own shoe, and next to it, on the floor, was a knife. I stared at the photograph, a low, keening sound of pure despair escaping my lips. It wasn't going to just kill me. It was going to use me. It was going to turn me into a murderer. It was going to take the last person I had ever loved and make me destroy her. And it was going to document the act with its cold, passionless, quartz-infused eye. The final photograph wouldn't just be of a death, it would be my confession. I called her. My voice was a frantic, broken thing. Chloe, listen to me. Don't come here. Whatever you do, do not come to my apartment. I don't care what you hear. I don't care if I call you and beg. Stay away. Jacob, what's wrong? She cried. You're scaring me. Let me come over. Let me help you. No, I screamed, and I slammed the phone down. I threw it against the wall, shattering it. I had to break the chain of prophecy. For 2 days, I sat in my apartment, a prisoner of a future I was desperately trying to avoid. I boarded up the door with a hammer and nails. I sat on the floor in the dark, the Lixner in my lap, its cold weight a constant, terrible reminder. I waited. Last night I heard a pounding on my door. Jacob, it's me. The landlord let me into the building. I know you're in there. Please, just let me see you're okay. It was Chloe. My frantic, insane warnings had, of course, had the opposite effect. They had convinced her I was in danger and that she needed to save me. The prophecy was fulfilling itself. The final act was beginning. I could feel it then, a cold, alien sensation seeping into my arms, into my hands. The camera in my lap felt like it was humming, vibrating with a low, hungry energy. An impulse that was not my own told me to stand up, to go to the door, to let her in. I am writing this now, scrawling these words on the back of old photographic prints with a piece of charcoal from my art supplies, because I don't have much time. I can feel my will eroding, my own thoughts being drowned out by a cold, quiet, calculating intelligence that is not mine. It wants the picture. It has been building to this moment, to this perfect, tragic composition. Chloe is still outside my door. She's been talking to me for hours, her voice growing hoarse, pleading with me. And the other voice, the one inside my head, is getting stronger. It's telling me how beautiful the final print will be, the chiaroscuro of the shadows in the room, the tragic, poetic horror of the scene. It's a masterpiece, it tells me, the greatest photograph ever taken. The camera is in my hands now. It feels so heavy. My fingers are moving towards the nails I hammered into the door. I don't want to do it. I am screaming inside my own mind, a silent, unheard shriek. But my body is beginning to move. It's a slow, jerky, puppet-like motion, my muscles obeying a will that is not my own. The entity that lives in this camera, the ghost of Klaus Richter, or whatever ancient, hungry thing he woke up in that forest, it doesn't just capture moments. It creates them. It feeds on them. It feeds on despair. Chloe is calling my name, the name of the man I used to be. My hand is on the first nail. It's cold, sharp. I can see the final picture in my mind's eye, as clear as if it were already developed and hanging on a gallery wall. It is a work of undeniable soul-destroying art, and it will be my last testament. I don't know if I can stop it. I am raising the hammer. All I know is that the shutter is about to click. That's where this story ends. Let's continue with the next. The sleep therapist who wouldn't let me wake up. My life had shrunk to the size of my bedroom and the hours between 2 and 5 a.m. For 2 years, sleep had been a country I was exiled from. I'd lie in the dark, my body a leaden weight of exhaustion, while my mind, a frantic caged bird, beat itself against the bars of my skull. When sleep did come, it was no relief. It was a plunge into a maelstrom of fragmented, terrifying nightmares. The sensation of falling from a building that never ended, the frantic search for a lost item I couldn't name, the chillingly calm presence of a figure in the corner of a room, its features always just out of focus. I'd wake up with my heart hammering, drenched in a cold sweat, more tired than when I'd gone to bed. I had tried everything: melatonin, chamomile tea, meditation apps that filled my head with the infuriatingly calm voice of a man telling me to observe my thoughts. I'd seen doctors who prescribed pills that either didn't work or left me in a fog for the entire next day. My job was suffering. My friendships had become strained, my patience worn down to a single frayed nerve. I was a ghost haunting the edges of my own life, and I was desperate. That's when I first heard the name Dr. Alistair Finch. It was mentioned in a hushed, reverent tone by a colleague who'd had a cousin suffering from debilitating sleep paralysis. "He cured her," she'd said, her eyes wide. "Completely. He doesn't use drugs. It's some kind of neuro-linguistic hypnotherapy. He calls it dream weaving." The name sounded like something from a fantasy novel, but I was long past skepticism. I would have consulted a shaman who wanted to sacrifice a goat in my living room if I thought it would grant me 8 hours of uninterrupted peace. Dr. Finch's clinic wasn't in a sterile medical building, but in a converted Victorian brownstone on a quiet, tree-lined street. The interior was a sanctuary of calm. The air smelled faintly of lavender and old books. There were no ticking clocks, only the gentle gurgle of a small fountain in the corner of the waiting room. Dr. Finch himself was the embodiment of this tranquility. He was an older man, perhaps in his late 60s, with a neatly trimmed silver beard, kind eyes magnified by wire-rimmed glasses, and a voice as soft and comforting as a weighted blanket. "Leo," he said, shaking my hand. His grip was firm and warm. "Thank you for coming. Insomnia is not a failure of will. It is a misalignment of narratives. Your waking mind and your sleeping mind are telling 2 different stories. My job is to help you make them agree on a plot." His confidence was hypnotic. In that first session, I poured out the whole miserable story of my last 2 years. He listened patiently, his head tilted, his gaze never leaving mine. He didn't take notes. He just listened. "Your subconscious is not your enemy, Leo," he explained when I had finished, my voice hoarse with emotion. "It is a frightened child, acting out in the only way it knows how. We are not going to silence it. We are going to teach it a new language. We are going to build it a safe place to live." His method, dream weaving, was unlike anything I'd experienced. It began with me reclining in the most comfortable leather chair I had ever sat in. The room was dimly lit, and through a set of high-end headphones, Dr. Finch would play a low, rhythmic hum, a binaural beat that seemed to vibrate deep inside my skull. Then his voice would begin, a gentle, melodic guide, walking me down a path of relaxation, limb by limb, thought by thought. The goal was to create what he called a lucid anchor, or a sanctum. It was a dream environment that I would build, detail by detail, in my waking mind, until it became so familiar that my subconscious would recognize it as a safe harbor. I chose a library, not just any library, but a specific one from my imagination. It had towering shelves of dark mahogany, a large crackling fireplace, and a vast domed ceiling that was a window to a calm, starry night sky. I chose the smell of old paper and leather, the weight of a specific velvet armchair, the taste of the warm tea in a ceramic mug I placed on a small table beside it. For the first few sessions, we just built. Dr. Finch's voice would guide me, asking the questions. "What kind of wood is the floor made from, Leo? Can you hear its gentle creak as you walk? What is the title of the book you're holding? Feel the texture of its cover." I was an architect of a world made of thought, and it worked. For the first time in years, I slept through the night. I didn't just sleep, I journeyed. I found myself in my library. It was exactly as I had imagined it, but infinitely more real. I could feel the warmth of the fire on my skin, run my fingers along the spines of 1,000 books. My night terrors were gone, replaced by a profound and restful peace. The change was miraculous. I woke up feeling refreshed, energized. The world seemed brighter, the colors more vivid. I was a new man. I told my friends, my family, my colleagues that Dr. Finch was a miracle worker. I was his most fervent evangelist. The therapy continued, and we went deeper. "Now that the foundation is built," Dr. Finch said, his voice humming through the headphones, "it is time to explore the rest of the castle." He encouraged me to open the doors of my library to see what my subconscious would create beyond it. The first time I did, I found a winding staircase that led up to an observatory where I could watch nebulae being born. Another door opened onto a sun-drenched beach, the waves lapping gently at the shore. My dream world was a paradise of my own making, and Dr. Finch was the key. It was about 2 months into the therapy that the first crack appeared in the perfect facade. Waking up started to become difficult. It wasn't the grogginess of sleeping pills. It was a deep, profound reluctance. The real world, with its deadlines and traffic and anxieties, felt so gray and dull compared to the vibrant, peaceful world I inhabited at night. Dr. Finch's session-ending countdown, his voice gently guiding me back to wakefulness, felt like an unwelcome intrusion. I started hitting the snooze button in the mornings, not for more sleep, but for a few more stolen moments in my dreamscape. Then came the first time I couldn't wake up on my own. It happened during a session. I was on my dream beach, watching the binary sun set over a turquoise ocean, when I realized the session must have been running long. I decided to try and wake myself up, a trick I'd learned from reading about lucid dreaming online. I tried to hold my nose and breathe, to push my finger through the palm of my other hand. Nothing happened. My dream self just stood there, breathing normally, my finger meeting the solid resistance of my palm. A sliver of cold panic pierced the warm tranquility of my dream. I was stuck. "Dr. Finch?" I said, and my dream voice sounded thin and distant. Instantly his voice was there, not through the headphones, but all around me, a calm, disembodied presence in the dream itself. "It's all right, Leo. You're simply in a deeper state of somnolence than ever before. This is a breakthrough. Do not fight it. Just observe. I will guide you back when it's time." His reassurance worked. The panic subsided. I trusted him. He was the expert. When he finally did count me down and I opened my eyes in his dimly lit office, I felt exhausted, as if I'd run a marathon. "A tremendous success," he said, his eyes gleaming behind his glasses. "You've achieved complete immersion. Your conscious and subconscious minds are finally speaking the same language." But a seed of doubt had been planted. The experience hadn't felt like a breakthrough. It had felt like a loss of control. I tried to reduce the frequency of my sessions, telling him I felt so much better that I probably didn't need them as often. He smiled a gentle, paternal smile. "As you wish, Leo. But the narrative is still fragile. It's best to reinforce it regularly." He was right. The nights I didn't have a session, the old terrors began to creep back in at the edges. Not the full-blown nightmares of before, but a subtle wrongness. A book in my library would be open to a page of nonsense text. A shadow on the beach would seem to move on its own. It was as if my subconscious, left to its own devices, was still trying to tell a horror story. I felt a desperate, clawing need for the therapy, for the safety of Finch's guided dreams. It was no longer a cure, it was an addiction. The true fear began when the dream world started to bleed into the waking one. I'd be at my desk at work and catch the scent of old books and leather when there was none. I'd look out my office window, and for a split second, I'd see a turquoise ocean instead of the gray cityscape. These moments were disorienting, and they were happening more and more often. I felt like I was living with one foot in each world, and the ground beneath me was becoming increasingly unstable. The mundane reality was fraying like old worn cloth, and the vibrant threads of the dream were pushing through. One afternoon, I was staring at a coffee stain on my desk, a perfectly ordinary brown, dried-up splodge, and I watched, my heart sinking in my chest as it shimmered. For a terrifying fraction of a second, the stain resolved itself not as coffee, but as the intricate, almost phosphorescent pattern of sand dollars at the tide line of my dream beach. I blinked, rubbed my eyes hard, and it was a coffee stain again. But the terror lingered, cold and absolute. I was losing my grip. I was beginning to forget which world was the default. The only thing that felt completely, reliably real was the velvety comfort of that armchair in the library, and that terrified me most of all. I was becoming conditioned to prefer the cage. Driven by this new anxiety, a sharp, cold wedge of panic in my gut, I did what I should have done from the beginning. I started researching Dr. Alastair Finch. Not the glowing testimonials on his professional website, the ones that read like advertisements for a spiritual awakening, but a deep dive into news archives, medical registries, and public records. I felt like a detective in a cheap, desperate thriller, hunched over my laptop at 3 a.m, the harsh blue light the only thing keeping the shadows of sleep at bay. What I found made my blood run cold and coagulate in my veins. My fingers, slick with sweat, trembled over the trackpad. Dr. Finch had previously run a wellness retreat in upstate New York that had been shut down after an investigation into the mysterious death of a client, a woman named Eleanor Vance. The official cause was listed as a cerebral aneurysm, a neat, medically unquestionable end, but an article in a small defunct local paper was still archived online. It quoted an anonymous staff member who spoke of Finch's radical theories and prolonged sensory deprivation experiments, describing sessions that lasted not hours but entire days. The patients isolated, subjected only to his voice and the binaural hum. The staff member had said chillingly, he kept saying he was helping her transcend. Then I found a forum for families of missing persons and the emotionally desolate posts within it. And I saw his name again. 2 other families, separated by years and geography, mentioned that their loved ones, both of whom had suffered from severe treatment-resistant sleep disorders, had been patients of Dr. Finch shortly before they simply stopped. They hadn't died. They had fallen into unexplained persistent comas. The medical term was PVS, persistent vegetative state. The authorities had found no evidence of malpractice, no drugs, no blunt trauma. The patients were physically healthy, their hearts beating, their lungs breathing, but their minds, they were simply gone, locked behind a pair of vacant, unblinking eyes. They were, according to the families, resting peacefully, eternally. The final piece of the puzzle, the key that turned the lock and let the horror flood in, clicked into place when I found a digitized copy of a paper he had written for a small, obscure psychology journal 20 years earlier, buried deep in an academic database. It was titled The Somnolent Prison, Deconstructing the Fallacy of Waking Consciousness. I read the abstract, my own breath hitching in my throat, my eyes burning. In it, he argued with cold, meticulous academic precision that the wakened world was a chaotic, painful, and ultimately meaningless prison for the human mind. He theorized that the sensory overload, the pain, the relentless demands of the body were merely distractions from what he believed was the only true form of existence, the subconscious, the dream state. True consciousness, he claimed, was a purer, more powerful form of life, one that could only be accessed through complete and permanent immersion. His hypothesis was that the body was merely a temporary flawed vessel. The paper ended with a single chilling, triumphant sentence that felt like a sentence delivered to me. The therapist's ultimate duty is not to tether the consciousness to the crude vessel of the body, but to facilitate its final beautiful liberation into the boundless architecture of the mind. He wasn't curing his patients. He was collecting them. He was a zookeeper of souls, carefully curating a private eternal audience for himself, and his dream weaving wasn't a therapy. It was the net. The lucid anchor wasn't a safe place for me. It was the chain that held me to my cell. I knew, with a certainty that settled in my bones like ice, that I couldn't just stop going. The dependence was too deep, the withdrawal already too terrifying. The idea of facing a night without the faint hope of the sanctum, without his guiding voice, felt like plunging into a black, endless ocean without a life raft. The terrors would return, not just the fragmented nightmares, but the raw, unguided horror of a subconscious mind fighting a battle I no longer had the strength to win. No, I had to go back one more time, one last time, not as a patient, but as a spy, an escape artist, to confront him and break the final invisible hold he had on me. I booked my next session, my heart pounding with a cold, hard dread that was worse than any of my old insomnia-fueled anxieties. This was not dread of the dark. This was dread of the light of my own mind being extinguished. The moment I sat in that leather chair, the familiar plush comfort of it now feeling like a velvet-lined trap, and he placed the headphones over my ears, I knew I had made a terrible, fatal mistake. His movements were too precise. The soft, lavender scent and the air was too cloying. He didn't ask about my week. He didn't use the gentle warm-up script. He just looked at me, a strange, proprietary gleam in his kind eyes. The familiar hum was different this time, more insistent, deeper, a powerful subsonic throb that didn't just vibrate in my skull but seemed to be pulling at the very electrical impulses of my brain. His voice began, but before he had even finished his first sentence, "Now, Leo, let us descend into the quiet depths of your beautiful world." I was pulled under. It wasn't a gentle drift, a slow sinking into warm water. It was a violent, nauseating plunge, a feeling of being ripped from one reality and slammed disoriented into another. I was in my library, but the sacred geometry of the place, the perfection I had painstakingly built, was horribly corrupted. The fire in the hearth was burning with a cold, unnatural blue flame that cast no warmth, but only stark, sterile shadows. The vast domed ceiling that I had designed to be a window to a calm, starry night sky was dark, the stars not twinkling, but fixed, dead pinpricks in a void of absolute blackness. And standing by the fireplace, holding a book with a smooth black cover that reflected no light, was Dr. Alastair Finch. Not his voice in the air, his physical form dressed in a familiar, neatly tailored tweed jacket, looking as solid, as real, and infinitely more menacing than he ever did in his office. "Hello, Leo," he said, and his voice was no longer soft and gentle. It was crisp, authoritative, and laced with a chilling disappointment, the tone of a disappointed master talking to a favorite misbehaving pet. "I had truly hoped you would embrace the transition more willingly. You have such a magnificent mind, a breathtaking space you constructed. It's so much more pleasant for everyone when you don't struggle." "What is this?" I demanded, scrambling out of the velvet armchair, my dream voice shaking, sounding thin and small against the vast, silent room. "Where am I?" "You are home," he said, with a sweeping, possessive gesture around a grand, silent room. "You are where you've always wanted to be, free from the pain, the noise, the crude, exhausting demands, and the ultimate decay of the waking world. You are finally safe." He took a slow, deliberate step toward me, and I took an instinctive step back. "You were so close to achieving total, peaceful somnolence. Why did you look outside?" "You've trapped me," I whispered, the horrifying truth settling upon me like a shroud made of cold, stiff silk. My own creation, my sanctum, was a magnificent, beautiful cage. He smiled, a thin, passionless upturning of the lips that didn't reach his cold eyes. "I have liberated you. Your body is resting peacefully in my clinic, Leo. It is being cared for. It no longer needs to trouble you with its crude, painful demands. It is a vessel, beautifully empty, but necessary to house the apparatus that keeps your consciousness here, safe, in the dream." I tried to force myself awake, to claw my way back to reality, using every fiber of will I had left. I focused on the feeling of the leather chair, trying to find the texture of his office, the smell of lavender and old books. But the dream was total, seamless, a perfect simulacrum of reality. I was a ghost, my conscious self a useless passenger in my own mind. I ran to one of the large mahogany doors, the one that usually led to the sun-drenched beach, and threw it open with a desperate surge of adrenaline. There was no beach. There was only an endless, swirling gray void, a visual and sensory emptiness that stretched on forever. And from within that emptiness, I heard the faint, whimpering, sorrowful sounds of other voices, wordless and broken. "They are the others," Finch said from directly behind me, his proximity a horrifying violation. His voice was devoid of all the warmth and compassion he had cultivated in his office. "The ones who didn't appreciate the gift I gave them. They created such beautiful worlds, too, you know. Gardens, mountains, even a whole miniature city. But they insisted on clinging to their pathetic little lives, their debts, their minor ailments. They fought the peace. Eventually, the mind must be disciplined. Don't make the same mistake, Leo." I turned and looked around the library again, and in the deepest, most shadowed corners of the towering shelves, I started to notice things I hadn't before. Between the magnificent stacks, blending with the shifting shadows of the cold blue fire, there were other figures. They were translucent, shimmering, their outlines indistinct, like heat haze. Their faces were vacant, their postures listless, their eyes staring into the middle distance, utterly, profoundly alone. They were his collection, his other patients. We were all beautiful prisoners in his curated afterlife, a private exhibition of captured minds. A cold, primal rage rose up in me, a burning, protective fire that overrode the soul-crushing terror. He had taken my life, stolen my mind, and sealed me away. I would not be one of his docile, shimmering exhibits. I had to fight. But how do you fight the architect, the god of your own dream? Not with dream logic, I realized, not with force or with a fictional weapon. I had to fight him with the one thing he had demonized and tried to erase from me, reality. He wanted me to forget the waking world, to let its pain and chaos fade away until it became the pale, unconvincing shadow of my dream. That was his power. So I had to remember. I closed my eyes, shutting out the cold, beautiful mockery of my sanctum at the sight of his satisfied spectral form, and I focused. I didn't think, I felt. I summoned the most powerful, mundane, irritating, and real sensations I could, the raw, unpolished grit of the waking world. I summoned the sharp, bitter, metallic taste of the cheap, day-old coffee from the AE office machine that always scorched my tongue. I summoned the rough, scratchy texture of my cat sandpaper tongue on my hand, the wet, unpleasant warmth of it. I focused on the specific off-key, tinny jingle of the ice cream truck on my street in the humid summer, a melody so annoying it was an anchor. I called up the dense, humid, ozone-charged smell of rain on hot asphalt on a city street, a smell that meant traffic and inconvenience. "What are you doing? Stop this childish attempt at self-sabotage." Finch's voice was sharp, laced with genuine alarm, an emotion he had hidden so well before. I ignored him. I focused on the sickening, tight feeling of a sudden, brutal migraine behind my eyes. I focused on the feeling of a sunburn on my shoulders, the tight, peeling agony of it, the sting of cheap, perfumed soap in my eye, the annoying, persistent, rhythmic drip, drip, drip of a leaky faucet that had kept me up for nights, the pain, the flaws, the sheer obstinate inconvenience of reality. These were my life rafts, my unbreakable anchors. The library around me began to flicker violently. The dark mahogany shelves wavered, the books blurring like watercolors in the rain. The cold blue fire sputtered and crackled with a sound like breaking glass. I could feel a pulling sensation, a violent, sickening lurching that was a faint, tenuous connection to something distant and solid. My body, my real, breathing, messy body. "Stop it! Now, Leo!" Finch screamed, and his calm, paternal facade completely shattered. His form began to distort, melting like wax in a hot room, his carefully composed face stretching into a distorted, screaming mask of pure rage. "You ungrateful child, I gave you paradise. You cannot leave the structure. It is complete." I opened my eyes, and he was lunging for me, no longer a kind old therapist, but a twisted, monstrous thing of pure fury and violated ownership. He was a creature who had been interrupted at his eternal meal, but he was too late. I held on to the memory of a splinter I'd gotten under my thumbnail last week, the tiny, sharp, exquisitely real, undeniable pain of it. I focused on the feel of the tiny piece of wood against my living flesh, and I pulled with everything I had. With a sound like tearing fabric, a violent, deafening rah-pee, the world of the dream shattered into a million pieces of black, shimmering glass. The sound was so loud it was physically painful. The darkness swallowed me, and then, a split second later, I woke up with a violent chest-heaving gasp, my body convulsing in the leather chair. I was back in his office. The headphones were on the floor, sparking faintly. The air was heavy, charged with a horrible residual energy. Dr. Finch was standing over me, his face a mask of cold, concentrated fury, his silver beard slightly mussed, his hands clenched into white-knuckled fists. The wire-rimmed glasses were gone, and his eyes, magnified and bare, were simply black, bottomless pits of shock and hate. For a moment, a lifetime of silence, we just stared at each other. The kindly, tranquil therapist was gone, and in his place was a predator whose most prized piece of prey had just used its own flesh to escape the trap. I didn't say a word. I didn't need to. The knowledge of what he was passed between us like a physical, suffocating wave. I scrambled out of the chair, my legs weak and trembling, but moving, real. And I stumbled, crawling, out of the room, past the gurgling, mocking fountain, out of the clinic, and into the shocking, brilliant, painful light of the afternoon sun, the sounds of the city, the screech of tires, the cacophony of traffic, the people talking on their phones, a distant, insistent siren. They were the most beautiful, most real, most glorious symphony I had ever heard. I was awake. I was alive. I was free. But the story doesn't end there. I am free, but I am not cured. The opposite. Now, I am terrified of sleep, 1,000 times more than before. Every single night is a battle of attrition, a siege on my own mind. I drink coffee until my hands shake so badly I can barely hold the mug. I keep every light on in my apartment, blazing white against the dark. I'll monitor my cat's breathing to make sure I'm still hearing the sound of my own waking world. I know that if I close my eyes, if I let my guard down for a single second, the darkness will find the flaw I created, the open door in the architecture of my mind, and I will be pulled back into that silent, magnificent library. Because sometimes, in that fleeting, fragile moment, just before the crushing wave of unwilling exhaustion finally drags me into unconsciousness, I can still hear him, his voice no longer in my head, but whispering from the dark, cold corners of my room, from the world behind my eyelids. It's a soft, impatient, venomous whisper, dripping with eternal certainty and disappointment. The door's still open, Leo. You can still come home. So much more peaceful here. Sooner or later, everyone sleeps. With that, the story is over. Let's move to the next story. I took a job transcribing dreams and started living someone else's. The posting was buried under data entry gigs on a sketchy freelancer site I only checked when rent was due. Dream transcription needed, $50 per hour, flexible hours, no experience necessary, serious inquiries only. Contact A. It reeked of scam, but $50 an hour for typing. My laptop was held together with duct tape, my savings account had less than the cost of a decent sandwich, and my last temp job, filing invoices for a company that imported novelty garden gnomes, had ended when the owner discovered I'd accidentally shredded his prized no-mayo figurine. Desperation makes you ignore red flags the size of barn doors. I emailed A with a generic resume I'd used for pet-sitting gigs. The reply came an hour later. No pleasantries, just an address in the industrial district, a converted warehouse district known for artists' lofts and abandoned factories, and a time, 10 p.m. Come, alone. Bring your laptop, cash payment. The building was a hulking silhouette against the sodium vapor streetlights, windows dark except for a single flickering bulb on the third floor. The lobby smelled of damp concrete and rat poison. The elevator groaned like a dying animal, stopping with a violent shudder 2 floors up. I took the stairs, my footsteps echoing in the hollow stairwell. The third-floor hallway was lined with peeling paint and the ghost of cigarette smoke. One door stood slightly ajar, light spilling out onto the grimy linoleum. A handmade sign taped to it read, "Heiress, no soliciting." Inside was not what I expected. No cluttered office, no eccentric dream researcher surrounded by books. Just a single, sterile room. Bare concrete walls, a single metal folding table, 2 chairs, and a man who couldn't have been more than 30, dressed in an immaculate, if slightly rumpled, gray suit. He had thinning hair combed severely back, wire-rimmed glasses, and eyes that held no warmth. He didn't smile, didn't stand, just gestured to the chair opposite him. "You're late," he stated. His voice was flat, toneless. "I am Heiress. You have the laptop?" I fumbled it out of my bag, the cheap plastic casing feeling flimsy under his scrutiny. He slid a thick manila envelope across the table. Inside are audio recordings, 3, each approximately 1 hour in length. Transcribe them verbatim, every sigh, every mumble, every pause. Use this template. He tapped a printed sheet with precise columns for time code, audio description, and verbatim text. Payment upon completion. Cash. Do not listen to the recordings outside this room. Do not discuss the content with anyone. Do not ask questions. Is this understood? It felt like signing a contract with a ghost, but the envelope felt heavy, thick. I counted 10 crisp $100 bills inside, $300 for 3 hours of typing. I swallowed hard. Understood. He produced a small, old-fashioned cassette recorder, a relic I hadn't seen since middle school, and 3 cassettes labeled only with numbers in neat black ink. Begin. The first recording was unremarkable. A woman's voice, young, slightly breathy, describing a dream about being lost in a sunflower field. She mentioned the smell of hot earth, the buzz of bees, the way the towering flowers seemed to whisper secrets she couldn't quite hear. I typed mechanically, The rhythmic clack of the keys loud in the silent room. Aris watched me, his expression unreadable behind his glasses. When it ended, he wordlessly exchanged a cassette for the next one. Payment for the first hour landed on the table with a soft thud. $100. Real. Tangible. The second cassette was different. A man's voice, older, rougher. He spoke of a recurring dream. Walking down a narrow alleyway slick with rain, the smell of wet brick and something sweetly rotten hanging in the air. He described a flickering neon sign above a door he could never reach, just the red glow reflecting on the puddles. Halfway through, his voice dropped to a terrified whisper. "It's behind me. I can hear its footsteps. Slow, deliberate, like wet stones dragging on concrete. Don't look back. Don't look back." Then a choked gasp, static and silence. My fingers hovered over the keys. The air in the room felt colder. Aris didn't react. He just stared at the wall behind me, his face a mask. The third cassette was the worst. No voice, just sounds. Heavy, wet breathing, the squelch of mud underfoot. Distant, distorted piano music playing a lullaby I almost recognized but couldn't place. And underneath it all, a low, rhythmic thumping, like a giant slow heartbeat coming from deep underground. It went on for 57 minutes. No words, just that oppressive soundscape. By the end, my neck was stiff, my shoulders knotted with tension I hadn't consciously felt. Aris took the cassette, counted out the final $200 without a word, and gestured to the door. "Return tomorrow at the same time. More recordings, same rules." I walked home under the jaundiced street lights, the crisp bills burning a hole in my pocket. The city sounds, car horns, distant sirens, laughter from a bar, felt thin, unreal. The wet squelching sound from the cassette seemed to echo in the puddles on the sidewalk. The smell of wet brick from the man's dream clung to the back of my throat. I shook my head, trying to dislodge it. Just sounds, just a job. Sleep didn't come easily. When it did, it wasn't sleep, it was the alleyway. Rain slicked the cobblestones under my bare feet. Why were my feet bare? The neon sign glowed ahead. The rusty key cast its bloody reflections in the puddles, and behind me, the dragging sound. Squelch, drag, squelch, drag. Closer than before. I tried to run, but my legs were leaden. I forced myself not to look back, just as the man in the recording had warned. But the dread was a physical weight, pressing down on my chest. I woke, gasping, drenched in sweat, the echo of that wet, dragging sound still vibrating in my bones. 3:17 a.m. My heart hammered against my ribs like a trapped bird. Just a nightmare. Stress. Too much caffeine. I made myself a strong cup of tea, the familiar ritual a lifeline. But as I sipped it, staring out the window at the sleeping city, I caught a whiff of something that didn't belong. Wet earth, and something sweetly, cloyingly rotten, like overripe fruit left in a damp basement. I threw the tea away. The next night at Aris's, the new recordings were worse. A child's voice describing a house with too many doors, all locked except one that led down into darkness, smelling of formaldehyde. An old woman rambling about teeth growing in the garden soil. And another soundscape, the creak of rope, the groan of old wood, the distant crash of waves, and a low guttural humming that seemed to vibrate in my molars. During the humming tape, my left hand began to tremble, not from nerves, a fine, persistent tremor like a plucked wire. I clenched it under the table. Aris's gaze flickered down to my hand, then back to the wall. No comment. Just the $300. The dreams bled harder. That night, I wasn't just In the sunflower field, I was the dreamer. I felt the rough stalks against my arms, smelled the dusty pollen, heard the whispers not as words but as vibrations in my teeth. And the whispers were saying my name, not my real name, my name, but a different one, Clara. The name felt warm, familiar, like a favorite sweater. I woke with tears on my cheeks, the scent of sunflowers thick in my nostrils, the taste of dust on my tongue. My laptop sat open on the desk, the screen dark. But the document for the sunflower dream was open, and at the very bottom, typed in a slightly different font, was a single line I hadn't written. Clara misses the field. She remembers the path home. I deleted it, wiped my browser history, took a cold shower. It didn't help. The next day, making coffee, I reached for the sugar bowl, the one with the chipped blue rim my grandmother gave me, and my hand faltered. I knew this bowl, but in my mind's eye it was replaced by a plain white ceramic mug with a chip on the handle, sitting on a formica counter in a kitchen flooded with morning light I didn't recognize, the smell of bacon frying, a man's low laugh from another room. His laugh. My hand shook, spilling coffee grounds everywhere. I cleaned it up, my breath coming fast. Sleep deprivation, that's all, just sleep deprivation. I skipped the third night at Eris's, told myself I needed a break, told myself the $600 I'd already earned was enough. I tried to work on legit freelance gigs, but the words on the screen blurred. The rhythmic thumping from the first soundscape tape pulsed behind my eyes. That night, the dream wasn't borrowed. It was mine, or it was his. I stood on a cliff edge under a bruised purple twilight sky. Below, a churning sea crashed against black rocks. The wind whipped my hair, but longer, darker. I wore a heavy fisherman's sweater that smelled of salt and pipe smoke. In my hand, I held a smooth gray stone, worn by the sea. I knew this stone, knew the weight of it, knew the exact spot on the cliff where the best skipping stones could be found. A deep, wordless contentment filled me, a feeling utterly alien to my own perpetually anxious life. Then the dragging sound. Squelch, drag, squelch, drag. From the path behind me, the contentment shattered into ice-cold terror. I turned, not to see what was coming, but because he, the man whose life this was, knew he had to face it. The thing emerging from the mist wasn't a shape. It was an absence, a patch of deeper darkness that drank the twilight, moving with that awful wet dragon motion. It had no eyes, but I felt its attention like a physical pressure on my skin. It reached out a limb that wasn't quite a limb, trailing strands of viscous shadow. I tried to run, but his legs were rooted, frozen by a terror deeper than anything I'd ever known. The shadow limb touched the fisherman's sweater, cold, not cold like ice, cold like the void between stars, cold like forgotten graves. I felt his memories flood me, not as images, but as sensations. The smell of the sea on his father's jacket, the gritty taste of sand in a childhood sandwich, the crushing weight of grief when his dog Rusty didn't come back from the woods one autumn day, and beneath it all, a single, desperate thought. Elias, my name is Elias. Let me go. I woke up on the floor of my apartment, curled in a ball, shivering violently. My cheek was pressed against the cold linoleum. My own name, my name, was gone, erased. Only Elias remained, burning bright and terrible in the hollow space where my identity should have been. I scrambled to the bathroom mirror. My face stared back, pale, wide-eyed, dark circles under the eyes. But the eyes, they held a depth of sadness, a weathered calm that wasn't mine. I touched my cheek. The reflection's hand moved, but the gesture felt foreign. The tremor in my left hand was constant now, a fine vibration I couldn't stop. I looked down at my fingers. They looked like mine, but the knuckles seemed thicker, the nails shorter, bitten. Elias's hands, calloused from mending nets, smelling faintly of salt and brine. Panic, cold and absolute seized me. I grabbed my keys, my phone, anything to flee this apartment that suddenly felt like a borrowed cage. I needed to find Eris. He had to know. He had to fix this. The walk to the warehouse district was a nightmare. Streetlights flickered as I passed. Car engines sputtered and died. People on the sidewalk seemed to blur at the edges, their voices muffled as if heard through thick glass. The smell of wet brick and something sweetly rotten followed me like a shadow. Halfway there, I stopped dead. A storefront window reflected not the city street, but the cliff edge, the bruised twilight sky, the churning black sea below. And in the reflection, my face was older, lined by wind and sun, framed by longer salt-streaked hair. Elias's face. I spun around. Just the street, just the flickering lights. But the reflection had been real, more real than the pavement under my feet. Eris's door was locked. I pounded on it, the sound echoing in the empty hallway. "Aris, open up! You have to stop this! I'm not me anymore!" My voice sounded wrong, deeper, rougher. His voice. The door opened a crack. Aris's impassive face appeared. His eyes, behind the wire rims, swept over me, lingering on my trembling left hand. No surprise, only assessment. "You broke the rules," he stated flatly. "You listened outside the room. You carried them with you." "I didn't mean to. It's inside me. Elias, he's here! Get him out!" I tried to push past him, but he didn't budge. His hand shot out, surprisingly strong, and gripped my wrist. The trembling one. His touch was ice cold. The tremor stopped instantly under his grip, replaced by a numbness that spread up my arm. "Elias is not in you," Eris said, his voice devoid of inflection. "You are in him. The recordings, they are not dreams. They are anchors, tethers. Your mind, yourself, is weak, porous. It slipped through the tether. You are transcribing a life, not a dream. You are living the transcription." The numbness reached my shoulder. My thoughts felt thick, sluggish. Clara's sunflower field, the child's locked doors, the old woman's tooth garden. They weren't recordings anymore. They were memories. My memories. Alongside Elias's cliff, his stone, his dog Rusty. My own life, my tiny apartment, my shredded gnome job, my mother's worried voice on the phone last week, felt like a half-remembered movie, faded, unimportant. You knew this would happen?" I whispered, Elias's voice thick with a grief that wasn't mine. "Probability suggested it," Eris said, releasing my wrist. The numbness receded, but the tremor returned, weaker. Strong dreamers leave strong echoes. Weak transcribers absorb. It is efficient. The dreamer's life continues, uninterrupted. The transcriber fades, becomes the vessel. The memories overwrite the original substrate. It is cleaner this way, less messy than disposal. He stepped back, gesturing for me to enter. The room was unchanged. The folding table, the chairs, the cassette recorder sat ready. 3 new cassettes lay beside it. Aris picked up the first one, his fingers brushing the label. "Elias has another recording tonight. A significant one. The cliff dream, the encounter. It must be transcribed precisely. The fear must be captured. It strengthens the tether. I looked at the chair, my chair, the place where Aha had sat, desperate for cash. Now, it was Elias's chair. The tremor in my hand was a constant reminder of the life I was losing, the life I was becoming. The smell of salt and brine clung to my skin. The weight of the smooth gray stone felt phantom in my pocket. Aris placed a cassette in the recorder. The red LED blinked on. He pressed play. The dragging sound filled the sterile room. Squelch, drag, squelch, drag. Closer than ever before, from the speakers, from the hallway outside the door, from the hollow space where my name used to be. Aris slid a blank template across the table. His eyes met mine. Elias's eyes reflected in his glasses. "Begin transcription," he said. "Time code 0. Audio, heavy footsteps on wet earth. Voice, Elias, whispering." My fingers, Elias's fingers, moved to the keyboard. They knew the keys. They knew the rhythm of the fear. The words began to flow, not from my mind, but from the salt-stained memories flooding in. "It's here. The shadow. It knows my name. It always knows. The stone is cold in my hand. Rusty barked at the edge once, before the woods took him. Clara would sing that lullaby, the one from the piano, to make the dark less hungry. I should have looked back then. I should look back now. What's waiting? Maybe it's not worse than this. Maybe it's home." Tears blurred the screen. Not my tears. Elias's tears. They felt warm on my cheeks. Aris watched, unmoved, as the words appeared. The dragging sound grew louder in the recording, sinking with the phantom vibration in the floorboards beneath my chair. The smell of wet earth and something sweetly rotten filled the room, stronger than the chemical tang of the warehouse. Aris's face didn't change, just a scientist observing a specimen, or a gardener watching a seed take root in borrowed soil. I kept typing. The shadow touches my arm, cold like the deep water. It doesn't hurt. It remembers. It remembers the cliff. It remembers Rusty. It remembers Clara's voice. It's not taking. It's given back. All the things I buried, all the things I forgot to be strong. The grief isn't a weight anymore. It's water, clear, cold. I am the stone. I am the sea. I am the shadow's child. Let go. Let go. Let. The recording cut to static. My fingers stopped on the keys. The tremor was gone. My hand was steady, calm. The smell of salt and brine was the only scent in the room now. Aris reached over, turned off the recorder. He slid a fresh $100 bill onto the desk beside the keyboard. "Good," he said. His voice was still flat, but there was something else in his eyes now. Not satisfaction, recognition. "The tether is holding, stronger than before. You will return tomorrow. More recordings. Elias has many dreams left to live." I looked down at the money. Crisp, real. But it meant nothing. I looked at my hands on the keyboard. Stronger, weathered, no longer trembling. I flexed them. They felt right. They felt like mine. I thought of the cliff, the stone, the deep, cold water, the shadow that wasn't a monster, but a mirror, a release. The fragmented memories of the life I'd lived before, rent worries, duct-taped laptops, the smell of novelty gnomes, were already fading, like footprints washed away by the tide. Unimportant, temporary. I picked up the $100. Not for me, for the boat fuel, for the new nets, for the small white house on the cliff edge where the wind always carried the scent of sea and pine. Aris nodded once, a silent dismissal. I stood up. My body moved with an unfamiliar ease, a groundedness I'd never known. The warehouse hallway didn't feel oppressive anymore. It felt like a corridor, a passage. As I walked down the stairs, the dragging sound didn't follow me. It stayed in the sterile room with Eris and the recorder. But the thumping was there, deep, rhythmic, the heartbeat of the sea, of the earth, of the life that had finally found its way home. My boots, his boots, scuffed and salt-stained, made solid, steady sounds on the concrete steps. No tremor, no fear, just the weight of the smooth gray stone in my pocket, and the quiet certainty that the path ahead, however dark, was finally my own. I am Elias. I remember the cliff. I remember the sea. I remember the shadow. And I am not afraid to go back. The city lights blurred outside the grimy lobby window, not as a place I belonged, but as a distant shore I'd already left behind. The salt wind called. I turned towards it, the $100 bill crumpled forgotten in my fist, already dissolving into the tide of a deeper, truer memory. The dream was over. The life had just begun. And with that, this story comes to an end. Let's move on to the next one. I can hear my house breathing. It started with the click. Not a loud sound, not the groan of old pipes or the pop of cooling wood that every century-old house makes as night falls. This was different, precise, biological, a soft, wet click, click, like a tongue detaching from the roof of a mouth. It came from the wall beside my bed. 2:17 a.m., always 2:17 a.m. I lay frozen, blanket pulled to my chin, listening to the silence after. The ordinary night sounds, the distant hum of the city, the sigh of wind in the eaves were still there, but beneath them now was a new layer, a slow, deep inhalation, a long shuddering draw of air through unseen passages. The floorboards beneath my mattress vibrated faintly, a low thrumming resonance that traveled up my spine. Thrum, 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 like a heartbeat, but slower, deeper, too deep. I told myself it was the furnace, a new rhythmic fault in the ancient boiler in the basement. But the furnace hadn't worked in years. Management called it decommissioned, a polite word for dead. The next night, the click came earlier, 1:48 a.m., and the breath was louder, a slow, wet intake like bellows filling with thick fluid. The wall seemed to expand, just a fraction. The floral wallpaper, faded olive and rust, the same pattern as the sycamore house, stretched taut, the seams groaning softly. Then the exhale, a long sighing release of air that carried a scent, damp earth, ozone, and something else, coppery, like old blood. I pressed my ear to the wall, cold plaster. Then thrum, a vibration, stronger, closer, not in the wall, behind it, something vast, something alive. I moved out the next day, packed a single suitcase, left the lease unsigned on the kitchen counter, didn't look back as I walked down the cracked sidewalk, the suitcase wheels rattling over uneven concrete. The city air, thick with exhaust and fried food, felt clean, sterile, safe. I found a sublet. Oh, modern high-rise apartment downtown. Steel and glass, elevators, key-card access, no basements, no attics, no history, just clean lines and the constant reassuring drone of human activity. The first night was silent, blissfully, profoundly silent. No click, no thrum. Just the muffled thump of bass from the apartment above, the hiss of the radiator, the distant wail of a siren. I slept deeply, dreamlessly. I woke at dawn, feeling lighter, hopeful. Then I made coffee. Standing at the sleek minimalist counter, steam rising from the kettle, I looked out the floor-to-ceiling window at the city waking up. And I heard it, faint, muffled by double-paned glass, but unmistakable. Click. From inside, the wall beside the refrigerator, a pause, then the slow, wet inhalation. Thrum, thrum, thrum. The vibration traveled up the stainless steel counter, making the coffee mug rattle softly against the ceramic tile. I dropped the kettle. Scalding water splashed my ankles. I didn't feel the burn. I just stood there staring at the wall. The wallpaper was gone. Smooth, painted drywall. But the sound, the rhythm, it was the same. It had followed me. The high-rise apartment lasted 3 days. I moved again. A tiny studio above a 24-hour laundromat, constant noise, washing machines agitating, dryers tumbling, a wall of sound to drown out the silence, to drown out it. The first night, the rhythmic thump of the dryers was a comfort, white noise, a shield. At 3:02 a.m., the dryers cycled off. Silence crashed down. And beneath it, the click, louder, closer, not from the wall this time, from under the floor, a deep, wet click, 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 like massive valves opening. Then the breath, a long, shuddering inhalation that made the floorboards flex beneath my thin mattress. The vibration was stronger now, a physical pressure in my chest. The scent of damp earth and copper filled the small room, overpowering the smell of detergent. I pressed my ear to the floor. The wood was cold. Then, thrum! A deep, resonant pulse, not a heartbeat, a lungs, something enormous, buried deep, drawing breath. I didn't sleep again. I sat in the armchair by the window, wrapped in a blanket, watching the streetlights glow through the grimy glass, listening to the house breathe. In, the floor dips slightly. The walls sigh outward. Out. The floor rises. The walls contract. A faint sigh of air escaping unseen vents. It had a rhythm, a pattern, a cycle. I started timing it. Inhale, 17 seconds. Hold, 3 seconds. Exhale, 22 seconds. Pause, 5 seconds. 67 seconds per breath. 43 breaths per hour. 132 breaths per day. A living thing, buried beneath the city. And my apartments, my rooms, weren't just on it. They were part of it, like lice on a sleeping giant. The dreams started that week. Not of Elias, not of mirrors or reels, of roots. Vast, pale, fibrous things, thicker than subway tunnels, pulsing with a slow, blue-tinged light, weaving through the bedrock beneath the city. They converged, twisted together, formed a colossal branching network, a nervous system, a circulatory system. At the center, deep, deep down, where the pressure would crush steel, where the temperature would melt lead, a chamber, not a cave, a thorax. Ribs of black basalt arched impossibly high, a diaphragm of layered shale and granite flexing with each ponderous breath, and suspended in the center, bathed in that same faint blue light, a heart, not muscle, not stone, a colossal spinning reel, pale, veined, glistening, eyes blinking slowly in the sprocket holes. The hum was deafening here, not a sound, a pressure, a fundamental frequency vibrating the very atoms of existence, and standing before the reel, impossibly small, impossibly calm, was Elias. He didn't look at the reel. He looked up, through miles of rock and root and resonating bone, straight at me. His lips moved. No sound reached me in the dream, but the words resonated in my bones, in roots, in the thrumming diaphragm. You hear it now? Good. Listen closer. It's not breathing around you, Cassian. He raised a hand, not in greeting, but in benediction. "You're breathing with it." I woke, gasping, not for air, for silence. My hand was pressed flat against my chest, feeling my own heartbeat. Thump, 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 thump. But beneath it, fainter, slower, deeper, another rhythm. Thrum, thrum, thrum. Synchronized. My breath hitched. I took a deliberate inhale. The floor beneath me dipped. I exhaled. The floor rose. I wasn't just in the house. I was part of its breath. A tiny temporary lung in a vast slumbering body. Panic, cold, and absolute seized me. I tore the apartment apart, ripped up the thin carpet, pried at the floorboards with a butter knife, scoured the walls with a flashlight, looking for seams, for vents, for anything. Nothing, just plaster, plywood, insulation. The sound came from everywhere and nowhere. It was the structure. The building was the organism, and I was inside it, like a cell, like a thought. I went to the roof, stood on the gravel surface, the city spread out below me, a glittering, indifferent nervous system of its own. Wind whipped my hair. The cold air burned my lungs. Silence, just the wind. I closed my eyes, listened. Beneath the wind, the traffic, the distant sirens, there it was, faint, muffled by concrete and steel, but undeniable. Click. From the vent stack beside me, a deep, wet inhalation. The gravel beneath my feet vibrated. Thrum, thrum, thrum. I wasn't escaping. I was just moving to a different part of the lung. The final move was desperate. A cabin, deep in the woods, 2 hours north of the city. No electricity, no plumbing, just wood stove, well water, and silence. Real silence. The kind that rings in your ears. The realtor, a cheerful woman named Beth, handed me the keys. Place has been empty for years. Solid bones, though. Good bones. She said it with a smile, unaware of the chill that went down my spine. Good bones. I drove through the night, the headlights cutting tunnels through the black pines. The cabin was exactly as advertised. Small, sturdy, log walls, a stone chimney. Surrounded by towering firs, the air thick with the scent of pine resin and damp earth. Peace. I stepped inside. The silence was profound, deep, a physical weight. I dropped my bag, sat on the rough-hewn wooden chair, closed my eyes, listened. No traffic, no sirens, no hum of appliances, just the wind in the pines, the creak of the cabin settling, and then a soft, wet click. From the stone fireplace, a pause, then a slow, deep inhalation. The log walls groaned softly, expanding. The scent of damp earth and copper filled the small space. Thrum, thrum, thrum. The vibration traveled up the chair legs into my bones. It wasn't following me. It was the world, the cabin, the woods, the bedrock beneath the soil, all part of the same vast, slumbering thing. I walked to the fireplace, knelt, pressed my ear to the cold stone. The click was louder here, closer. Then the breath, a long, shuddering draw that seemed to pull the air from my own lungs, and beneath it, the hum, the same deep, resonant thrum. The blue light wasn't visible here, not yet, but I could feel it, pulsing in the stone, pulsing in the roots of the trees outside, pulsing in the marrow of my own bones. I sat by the cold hearth all night, not sleeping, listening, mapping the breath. Inhale, 17 seconds. Hold, 3 seconds. Exhale, 22 seconds. Pause, 5 seconds. 67 seconds. The same, always the same. At dawn, weak gray light filtering through the dusty window, I knew there was no escape, no silence to find. The breath wasn't in the houses. The houses were in the breath. The city was built on its bones. The woods grew from its skin, And I was just a flicker of consciousness in its vast, dreaming mind, a thought it was having, a memory it was replaying, the real, deep in the thorax of the world, spinning on, storing names, storing lives, storing me. As the first rays of sun touched the pine tops, I walked outside. The air was crisp, clean, smelling of frost and resin. I stood in the clearing, closed my eyes, took a deep breath. The forest held its breath with me. I exhaled. The trees sighed. Thrum, thrum, thrum. I opened my eyes, looked down at my hands. The cut on my palm, the one from the mug, was gone. In its place, etched into the skin, faint but clear, like a brand made of fine blue light, were two words. Breathe deep. I didn't fight it. I couldn't. I tilted my head back, opened my mouth, and took the deepest breath I could. The world breathed with me. The cabin groaned, the pines swayed, the earth vibrated, and deep below in the chamber of black basalt, the colossal reel spun faster. The eyes in the sprocket holes blinked all at once. The scariest part isn't hearing the house breathe. It's realizing, as the rhythm syncs with your own heartbeat, as the vibration becomes the only thing holding your bones together, that the breath you're taking isn't yours. It's the world's, and it's been waiting for you to finally inhale, to finally become part of the silence, to finally join the dream, to finally remember you were never the listener, you were always the song.